Something's off. It doesn't have something. Oh. I got it. Wednesday night. That's a nice one. That is a nice beat. That's nice. Benny Boy dropping the link for the Deconstruction Junction YouTube live. Why do I have so many fucking goddamn tabs open on this laptop? Close it down. Shut it the fuck down. Welcome in, everybody. Let's see here. We got over on the YouTube, me. That looks like me. That's good. And 36 people watching. Thank you all for being here. I don't know what happens in the YouTube chat. Over here, everyone's chubbed up. But over there, I don't know. Man, my throat's a little bit scratchy. Hey, Board, how you doing? And welcome in, everybody. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all the likes. Thanks for all the follows. If you're a new follower, welcome in. On YouTube, I'm about to hit, now this isn't my YouTube live, but on my YouTube, I'm about to hit 1,000 somethings. What do they call them on YouTube? Somethings? It's a Contigo full of Red Bull. Hot Red Bull. Like I'd use it as a coffee creamer. It's coffee and Red Bull. Oh, is that right, Crystal? Is that right? I might wear a bracelet tonight. Oh, what am I doing? I gotta put my fucking pride ring on. I never end up painting my nails. I just didn't get to it. Subscribers. Oh, should we change from freaks to chubbies? It's interesting. I think freaks is it. I have a red one. It's like a red string bracelet with some kind of thing happening on it. And then this one is like maybe hematite. Whoa, thank you, Maxon, for the $2. Butthole surfers, hell yeah. I love hurdy-gurdy man. Butthole surfers and hurdy-gurdy man. This bracelet has kind of some color to it. And like this block of wood. I think I might go with that one. Little tiny bit of color. Can you join? Yeah, let's see here. Let's see here.
You tell me why God's
Ozzy,
not
welcome
real.
in.
How is God not real, dude? Tell me how God's not real, dude. Don't kick me, dude.
Sure, yeah,
Fucking
just not quite old enough. Let's be sure to keep it above. Let's do 7 and up. Can we just do 7 and up today? If you're under 7, just don't request. Why didn't that work? I thought I pushed the button for Joel and it didn't work. There it goes. Are you there, Joel?
Oh, yeah. It is Humpty Dumpty. And we are listening to the laid-back vibes of Mesosphere.
Ooh.
I love that. I really do love this
It's
track.
nice, right? Hold on, I gotta block this 6-year-old.
This child. Now, let me tell you, I was in a live today. It was in Dugald's live. Have you heard of Dugald?
I saw Dugald live today. I watched that for a little bit when I was, what was I doing? I was cooking pizzas, maybe?
Dugald had
I like Dugald.
prompt, and the prompt said, "Hey, cat, you gotta feed. They ain't no real Christians out there because they ain't feeding the hungry. Because they have the means to do it, and if they ain't feeding them, they're not true Christians." So this Christian came up and he was like, why are we supposed to feed the hungry? Like, what? Why is that?
I mean,
Like, where does it say that in the Bible? Like, what? And it was hard to find.
well, we were talking about that last night, Joel. Was that last night in yours? And someone was kind of doing a similar thing. And I mentioned after they laughed, I was like, we do hear Jesus say, give all of your money to the poor and all of your belongings and hate your family and walk away from them. So like to say, yeah, we do charity, but not as much as Jesus said to. Or if you ignore that, then that's the only kind of hint towards saying feed the hungry.
Well, there's also the that is a hint. But it's not feed the hungry. It's like sell everything to the poor. We'll talk about this more later. But Omni's here now.
Well, and hi, Omni. I want to say hi to you too. But Jesus fed 5,000 people. Were they hungry?
That's true. They were hungry, but they were just like hanging out. It was just like a long day.
There's a difference between like the people who are like hangry and then the starving.
Yeah, there's like there's certainly a line in the sand.
Yeah. Because we all get, everyone gets a little hungry sometimes. Except Jesus maybe didn't, but he ate, which was weird.
He did because he fasted and the devil tempted him by saying, turn rocks into loaves of bread. So he must have actually his physical body was hungry.
I think that's why he was like, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm not hungry.
I can turn it off.
I'm constantly just making steaks in my stomach. You can't see them. I'm just like formulating steaks out of nothingness into my stomach. Eat shit, devil.
Me and my dad put a fetus in a woman. I can put steaks in my own stomach.
We can fill a woman. We can fill a belly. Omnidoer, welcome in. What's your age and religion? And keep in mind, we're only doing 7 and up.
I am 35, and you can call me a Christian. I think that would be fitting.
Okay, you're a Christian.
Yeah.
Well, this is going to be a little bit rough, I think, because 2 things. One is like, your mic seems a little quiet. Maybe I can turn this up on my end. Joel seemed fine. Let me see. That might fix the problem a little bit. And then the other thing is that it turns out, I'm so sorry, God isn't real. That might hurt as a Christian to hear that, though.
Well, it doesn't hurt as a Christian because the existence of God is axiomatic. So just saying that God isn't real just is...
I thought that was going to hurt your feelings or something. That's good.
Changing the definition of God to something that you can straw man into not existing.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, when I'm talking about God, I mean like any kind of like a being or mind that exists that like created the universe and is all good and stuff.
Okay. Well, I never said that God was a being or a mind. I said that God defined himself as existence. So if you're not using that
When did God do that?
In Exodus 3:14.
All right, let's
He
read that.
introduced himself to Moses.
Exodus 3.
He said, "I am." So, but listen, if we're
I
going to
haven't read it yet. But go
okay, sorry,
ahead.
but if we're going to define God as an existence, then I believe in God. I believe in existence. Yeah.
Right, and this isn't my origination. This isn't original to me. This is, of course, the take of
This
all
is
of
the
sages
Popeye
that-
line.
Sure,
Got to eat some spinach.
No, he's like,
No,
I am what I am.
what I am.
Yeah. That's a Popeye quote.
Well, I mean, obviously, it's not a Popeye quote. The Bible.
Do you think
precedes-
Popeye was existence, though? Or do you think
think
he was just saying,
Popeye-
like, this is how I am. This is what I'm like.
Well, I think that that when Moses said the I am sent him, anyone who disagreed was an idiot.
It says, sometimes it says, or I am what I am, or I will be what I will be.
Yeah. The general take, the take that's been passed down through the centuries as the wisdom of the sages, is that it not only existence, but all of being. The I am is, of course, not only all of physical reality, but also all abstraction.
The other, like, trouble I'm going to have with this is, like, did Moses say that God said this?
It was an innovation of Moses to go and tell the Hebrew Egyptians that the I am sent him.
Yeah, but I don't know if Moses was even real.
Well, I think that there's strong evidence that Moses was real because there was someone who took hieroglyphics and formed an alphabet from those hieroglyphics in a cave outside of Egypt. That's the first record of the alphabet that became the Greek alphabet that we use today.
And you think it was Moses?
Well, I think that if someone did take the writing system and teach the peasantry, then we would have some kind of story about them.
What do you mean?
Well, we would have some kind of story about this person.
Yeah. Where's the story about the guy that did that?
That taught
we
the
could
peasant?
probably-
Wait, so you're saying, you think, just to be clear, you're saying Moses, in your opinion, taught the Hebrews in Egypt how to write Greek?
Not in Egypt and not Greek. It wasn't Greek. The Greeks got their writing system from the Paleo-Hebrew that was derived from.
Oh, he taught them how to write Hebrew.
The Torah spread from the Levant to Greek to Greece, and not only the writing system isn't the only evidence of that either. The Stoic philosophy is.
Well, what we're saying though,
one
hold
at a
on, let's
time.
not pivot. Like we're saying that like the writing thing isn't evidence of that. So we want to explore that a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't really accept that. I mean, unless you just want to say, okay, you're right, and then move on, that's fine.
Okay, what aspect of that is up for debate?
I don't understand exactly what you're saying. You're saying we found some writings in a cave, and are they signed by Moses?
No.
Are they about Moses?
No, what I said was that the oldest inscription of a alphabet, the ancestor of the alphabet that we use today, which is the Greek alphabet, which was derived from the Paleo-Hebrew, which was derived from hieroglyphics. The oldest evidence of that is in a cave outside of Egypt.
And when is that from?
Approximately 2500 BC.
So you think Moses was there and he wrote it? Was it about the Bible, or was it about Moses, or what do you mean?
No, it's just inscriptions.
What's this thing called? Like, is this a stone I can look up?
I think it's called the Y-Day Hole inscription. Yeah, it's a cave outside of Egypt. Somebody was
Classic
making,
question. Why do they hole? Why they hole?
Yeah, why do they hole, right? Why do they try to make an alphabet?
You know why? It's because it's fun. It's fun to hole. I've always found that.
But aside from the
Why day hole?
legal-
Yeah, and I'm just going to look this up because I've never heard of this. But if this convinces me that Moses really knew God, that would be cool. Let's see here.
I don't think the transmission of the written language really nails that point home.
Okay,
But it
in
is a
1993, Egyptologist John Darnell discovered the Wadi e-Hol near Luxor in Egypt. An alphabet inscription similar to those at Serabit El Kadem. All right, now I can scroll down and see what it says. The inscription could be read, "The Besieger, El Strikrel, L's trickle on the same rock face. The alphabet inscription, some Egyptian cursive hieroglyphic inscriptions can be dated paleographically. Okay, I'm trying to see where it says, even if the hieroglyphics are used as a basis for dating the alphabetic inscription, the latter would be slightly later than alphabetic inscription from Serabit. Almost all scholars now agree that the adjacent hieroglyphic inscriptions date to the late Middle Kingdom, 18th century BCE, slightly later than that. So this is 17th or 18th century BCE, it says.
Yeah, that's around the time that we put Moses at. Somewhere around there. I don't know.
I think it's going to end up being off, but like you could look it up right now. I think Moses may have been around 2300.
Well, that's only like 600 years.
It's all speculation, so I'm not going to...
But that's what I'm saying. It's all speculation, so it's not very good evidence.
Well, and it is a shred of physical evidence, though, that is...
But the speculation... What's the speculation of when that was put there? Or when Moses was meant to have existed?
Well, both. When it was put there and whether it was Moses himself who wrote it.
Except that the Moses thing, you would chart the genealogy.
It's the other way. They're saying they think Moses was maybe 1500. So this is like 200 years older than Moses.
I got that wrong.
300 years older than Moses. So you think that this thing that was probably written before Moses was written by Moses? Is that what you're saying?
I think that like I said before, what I originally said, I'll restate it, that if someone invented, if there was someone in the nobility who knew the writing system and invented an alphabet and taught the peasantry, we would have some kind of story about them.
Yeah, but we don't have a story about someone in the nobility who noble.
Story. Yes, we do.
He didn't teach anyone. He didn't teach anyone anything.
Yes,
is that
he
the
did.
thing that Moses taught the peasants how to write? Like the slaves, you mean?
Not only how to write, but he commanded them that they would be required to write the Torah.
Where does it say that? I want
read the Torah. This is in the Torah. In the Torah is required to write the Torah. So obviously part of reading and writing was part of the system of governance that he established when he...
Yeah, go find that verse.
Yeah, that's interesting, actually.
Well, you have your computer pulled up in front of you and all that. I don't have another device.
Did Moses tell the slaves of Egypt to learn how to write?
That's an interesting way to put it. Another way to ask...
Is that not what you said?
Well, I said the Torah, which is...
Okay.
The Torah mandates that the Israelites learn to read and write the Torah. Yes. Literacy is a mandate of Judaism, which is why the Jewish people were
I see what you mean.
literate.
And so you're saying that they didn't know how to read before?
Very unlikely that they knew how to read before, yes.
Okay, let's see. This says Deuteronomy 6:6 is what it's saying that this is about. Does that sound familiar to you?
I just read Deuteronomy 6 and I do not remember anything about writing.
I'm going to just brush your memory up here because it says right here, this is the commandment, the great commandment. Charge me to teach you and observe in the land you're about to cross and to occupy. You and your children's children may fear the Lord. Commanded you the days belong, herefore thou observe them diligently. Multiply great. Hear this, our Lord is God. The Lord alone, you shall love the Lord with all your heart, soul, and with all your might. Keep these words that I'm commanding you today in your heart. Recite them to your children and talk about them when you are at home and when you are away, when you lie down and when you rise. This is just about like oral tradition.
Literal description of the oral tradition.
I think you might need to ask more specifically if you're looking for...
Okay, so that wasn't it.
You could look for the mitzvah to read and write the Torah.
1719. I want this to be true for you. I'm trying to find it.
I think that the easiest way, if you want to ask the AI, would be to ask where is the mitzvah dictated that the Jews must read and write the Torah.
That's what I looked up, and there's a series of verses it mentioned, and I'm going through them.
Alrighty.
I just want to while Moses. I am tired today. While Mezzo is looking into that and doing that research, thanks Moses. I just want to confirm something with you, Omni, for a little later. Do you believe that God is all good?
I think that the existence that we oftentimes call God, those who understand the ancient philosophy, that it dictates what the truth is, and the truth is good.
Okay, so your conception of God is all good and it is existence. So all of existence is good?
Even if it is unaliving a baby, yes, the existence, the truth is good.
But like right now, like you might get up and stub your toe on your coffee table or bed or whatever is in your room. Is that going to be a good?
It will be the truth.
It might be funny.
It might be funny, yeah. I mean,
if like he
my
honks,
attitude towards it can be fickle, and my obviously a human
like if
being.
his toe breaks or something, that'd be kind of complicated. I found the thing here though, real quick.
Fickle little emotions about their subjective opinion on reality isn't a good yardstick for what is good.
Oh, there's something that's not good then. Okay.
He who has taken the throne of his kingdom, he shall write for himself a copy of this law on a scroll, and in the presence of the Levitical priest it shall remain with him, and he shall read it in all the days of his life, so that he may learn to fear the Lord his God diligently, observing all the words of this law and these statutes. Does that sound like it?
That doesn't sound like what I was referring to specifically, but if you're having the AI just throw verses at you, maybe
It's not the AI. It's just like, I'm just looking up on Google. I'm trying to find as many sources as I can that say, where in the Torah does it say they have to learn to read and write? And I'm going down the list. This one is about a king, like a single king that's coming, not the peasants.
Well, it would be the Jewish people who were self-declared kings by Judah, right?
No, it says, I will set a king over me like all the nations that are around me. You may indeed set over you a king whom the Lord your God will choose, one of your own community. You may set as king over you. They're not saying they're all kings. It's like one person's going to be king, and they have to learn to read and write. The rest of you don't. You can just remember it on your hearts. So look, I mean, I can keep going down this list. They all say similar shit. But if you find it, like we can get to it later. If you find it and bring it up, I will definitely read that. Let's say it's true, right?
Okay, good idea.
Let's just say like verse 1 of the Torah says, hey, everyone, my name is Moses, and I want you to learn to read and write. And now you're saying that this thing that we found, the Wadi El Hole, is or the why hole, why do we hole, is written by Moses. Is that your idea?
Like I said already, if whoever
you never said who you thought wrote it. Who do you think wrote this?
I think that is physical evidence. I think it could be Moses. Yeah.
Okay. So the dates are a little off. It's a little before Moses's time.
Well, it's speculative. What any of the times were. Yeah.
Yeah, but if we're going to take it as evidence, you'd want the dates to be right.
Well,
otherwise it's kind of like,
no, I don't think the dates matter much because we don't know when Moses existed, and we don't know when those.
I don't think that he existed.
Well,
right.
Regardless,
and this thing that isn't signed by him or about him that you're connecting to him isn't very good evidence. I don't think it's that convincing. But if you want to move on to another thing, I'm open.
Better evidence is the actual story of what happened in Egypt. I think that's better evidence, and the reason why I think that's better evidence is because of the science behind those events, and how even today there are many people who do not understand the physics, biology, etc. of those events.
Great. And that's what I want to say. So like in the story, there's things like, the parting of the Red Sea, right?
Yeah.
And then there's like when God kills all the firstborns in Egypt. Mm-hmm. And you're saying that is existence that did that?
I would say that all things that occur are existence doing those things. Yes, I'm a physical determinist. Okay. This is where physical determinism comes from. It comes from this Hebrew philosophy that I'm relaying to you now.
So you don't think of God as like a being. It's just is like the universe. Like you're kind of like
Hebrew
a deist?
philosophy. The Hebrew philosophy from Moses and such could be characterized as either pantheist or panentheist. It really depends on whether you incorporate the Kabbalistic elements.
And do you think it's all like, good? Is that what you and Joel were talking about?
It's God. Yeah, that's what we were getting at. But if it exists, it's God.
If existence exists, that's what they're talking about when they say God.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I believe in existence, so if that's what you're going to say God is, I think that's real. But I think existence works in a very different way than you do. Like, I don't think existence has a preference. right? Like all of existence has the same preference. I don't think that's true.
I think that existence has an exact preference. That has an exact prescription for what will work and what will not work.
And is it a good preference or not?
It's an objective truth. So for us to say that it's
to not have it happen to you? What do you mean?
well, it's good if it has to happen to one person so that everyone else learns to not drink chlorine. Like there's a bigger picture than just this singular event.
Right.
So would it be bad for me to lie to Mezzo and say you should drink chlorine? It's good for you. Is the lie bad?
I'm not going to argue that anything that happens is bad. And if you study the Hebrew philosophy, they don't argue that anything is
Omni,
bad.
just answer the question. All I'm trying to get at is like,
I did answer the question.
basically, at the end of the day, I'm going to be trying to find something that exists that you'll agree is bad. So a lie, you would say, is something that exists, has some sort of ontology. The lie that I tell Mezzo exists. Is that true? Yes? No?
So I already answered your question, and you're going to try to get me to take my answer back, but I can use scriptural references.
I don't think you answered the question.
I did. I said that the truth is not bad. The truth is the truth, and that is always good.
So
And
do
I
you
can
think
use
that?
scriptural reference too, where God sends liars to send people to their death?
But it's determined that they're going to lie, right?
Yes.
So it's His will that they lie and get sentenced to punishment for the lie.
And the messenger was also sentenced to a dungeon to die in a dungeon. Yeah.
So that's what you think. So it's for sure not good. If
I
God's
didn't say it
just like
wasn't good.
making people in order to punish them, then that's not like we would for sure. Like I agree with you. That's not good. That's just what you think is happening.
I think that the truth, and this is also why it's very
You
obvious.
can't just repeat this truth thing every time.
It's true that it's not good. It's like not just to do that.
Well, now you're saying something different. You're saying it's not just.
Because I'm trying to get you to like add something to this conversation a little bit, and you keep kind of like repeating the same like it's true thing that we don't believe.
You don't believe that the truth is that reality is the truth.
No, that God is existence. That's what I don't believe.
Well, that's
So
just
I'm trying to interrogate this idea a little bit and see what you think about it. And when I ask something that has like no real response, I might change it a bit to try to like see if I can get somewhere out of you to understand what you're really trying to offer here.
Well, God being existence is axiomatic. That's an axiom that if you don't accept that axiom, then we're going to be arguing past each other because we're going to be using straw man to each other.
Now, what if I just said like existence is existence and the truth of existence is good and it's good to be in touch with the truth of existence? What do you add to that statement with a belief in God?
I would add that since there is an existence that dictates all outcomes, we would call this the field of physics. There also is within that field of physics, there is subfields of biology, and there are dietary parameters, things that will lead to death and things that will lead to perpetual life.
Yeah, so that's what you're not really adding to that. Like I said that in like that was part of my thing because I was saying like that's all true, that's existence, that's reality. So the things that are true and in existence, so like our biology and things like that, that is all like I believe in that, and that's good to know what is true when we're talking about those things.
Do you know what I just realized? This is going to suck. It turns out that it's axiomatically true. It's like just an axiomatic fact that God doesn't exist. So, yeah, God's not existence. That's axiomatically true. You can just say that.
Of course, and so we would have to we would have to go to where these words come from, where these concepts come from. And if we're going to, and like I said, yeah, we can change the language to mean things other than what they were defined to mean.
Like that's what you're doing is you're changing what God means to mean
I'm
existence.
I'm not. I'm just pointing out.
You think existence has commandments for us?
Yes, like I just described about biology and how you can eat chlorine and that's going to lead you to death. And
which commandment is that? thou shalt not drink chlorine.
Maybe that one wasn't spelt out for you.
Yeah, they didn't do that one.
Yeah, their science wasn't, and their
it's like
medicine
you're
wasn't
jumping
done.
back and forth between this like pantheism and this like Judaism for some reason, and they don't jive, man. Like they don't quite jive with, like, it's close. I see what you're trying to do, but I'm not
Judaism
quite
is
seeing the
definitely
connection.
pantheist. I mean, it's definitely it's either a pantheist or, like I said before, panentheist. If you
Does that
include
mean
the
I'm part of
theological.
God?
Yeah, everything is. All of
Isn't it
existence.
weird that part of God doesn't believe in himself?
No, it's not weird at all, because
That's not weird. Okay, that seems weird for an all-knowing being that is everywhere to partially not believe that they exist. Part
Is
of
God
part
a
of God's
he?
wrong.
No, it's just
incorrect?
how you were programmed. You were programmed to not be raised.
Yeah, I was
with the
programmed
proper
to not
conception.
believe in God.
You were
right?
you were inherited. Your inheritance didn't include the tradition of these teachings.
Right. So that means part of God doesn't believe in God. And so part of God is incorrect, which means God is not all knowing, right? You reject omniscience?
No, I don't reject omniscience at all.
See, that's
Why would
you
I-
can't be both of them. It doesn't make sense.
You can't be both what?
What does omniscience mean in your view?
Omniscience is all knowing, right?
Yeah, but what does that mean in your view, that existence is all knowing?
I'll explain.
All of God is all knowing, or just some of God is all knowing?
Omniscience means all knowing. Omniscience is fulfilled with mere omnipresence. Omnipresence fulfills omniscience.
Okay. I mean, I disagree, but okay. So if God is everywhere, it means I'm part of God, and part of God knows that God doesn't exist, right? This is a contradiction. To be all knowing and yet be wrong about something. And yet be wrong about something.
Because we can disagree on language, right? There's all kinds of different disagreements about language, but you already conceded that existence exists.
It's not God. I'm very certain of that.
So then it's a semantic disagreement. You don't like using the phrase
this
God.
is, by the way, this
or
is
existence.
100% a semantic disagreement.
Yeah.
Like all the foundational, like everything he believes, Mezzo, is you're going to agree with it, except you're not going to call it God. Like that's all that's happening
He didn't
here.
inherit
If
the
we
tradition.
disagree on language, is one of us right and one of us wrong?
He didn't inherit the teachings the same way that other people they
This
did
is
in America.
So God is God is all knowing and everywhere, which means you're part God, which means you should be all knowing. You're not. You don't know what number I'm thinking of. God is at odds with itself right here in this separation between you and me.
You're committing the error of Russell's paradox, where you are trying to neglect.
I don't know that one, but I'm not all knowing. I guess I must not be God.
There's different hierarchies. You're not the universal set.
That's what I'm saying. So there's different parts of God, right? Some of God knows everything and some of it doesn't.
No,
It's not that all of God is all omniscient. It's only as a whole it's omniscient.
That's it.
Is that right?
Yeah.
The totality is the God.
It's like, I don't know, Omni, I could explain this in 2 seconds. I don't know why you can't do it, and it's your idea. And I already understand what is being said.
Then go ahead.
What he's saying, what I think he's saying, and I don't even want to do this because this is like super charitable to you, because I don't think you know what you're talking about, but I could understand how this could work if we're all God and like I know my experience, you know your experience, but we don't all like individually, like your mind doesn't know.
We're a giant Boltzmann brain. That's interesting.
No, and that's
that would have been great. Dang, that would have been really. Like, we're all like, now it's starting to make sense. No, that's not it.
Yeah, he basically imposed idealism onto realism, and no, I'm a realist.
So, do you think God is all good, like omnibenevolence, or do you not include that?
I never said omnibenevolent, but I did say that. Yeah, all good. I mean, I'm fine with.
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to like. I know like we were doing semantics earlier. So, sorry, I tried to switch all
like
good
the
with
ancient Hebrew
omnibenevolent with
philosophy?
you. Yeah.
You don't like the ancient Hebrew philosophy and how they defined their deity as existence.
I have a question. Omni, when did the universe come to be? How old is the universe?
I haven't done the math myself, but I am a physicist, in particular a biophysicist, but I'm not an astrophysicist.
Best guess.
It's like more than 100 years at least.
I don't think that it's discernible. I think that the astrophysicists who are making those projections are.
Do you think it's older than 6,000 years old?
Yes, I think it's older than 6,000.
You think? How about a million? Think it's older than a million?
I think it could be anywhere between a few billion, maybe 10 billion, to infinite.
Perfect.
It doesn't really change the argument.
Well, no. The reason why I asked that question is that up with something that's when God started or something.
No.
Like that's when they invented the language for God, and that's the only language for God we've ever had, and this is what God means, and God means exist, as if that like this is cut and dry how we should be speaking of these things, when people had gods before that, and they also had non-gods, and they also just, there was no human minds thinking about this shit like long before any of that. So I think you're just like the Amish, cut off at a certain point. This is what we're going to go with, what they said, except you just don't go further back.
I think that you're an idealist, and you're
Thank you.
kind of, yeah. I don't think I'm a realist though. I don't think that that labeling something changes what it is.
Yeah, except that you keep on saying that this is a semantic argument and we're using the words incorrectly. So you certainly are doing that.
Look, I don't find this interesting at all. I almost started to, but then I'm realizing that it kind of just seems like you're making it up as we go. I know this is something that you've thought about a lot, and maybe it makes sense to you in some way, but I'm in the middle of a sentence. Just let me do this sentence.
All of this is older than your parents. Your parents are talking.
I know, Omni. I know. I'm trying to tell you that Oh, he left. Did you kick him?
No, he's just like a Jordan Peterson wannabe. It's hilarious. That's all that was.
He said, no, I would never say he's omnibenevolent. He's all good.
It's just a dummy.
What a dweeb.
Doesn't know.
Well, that was fun. Thank you, Quill, for the $5 for my chair. And now I need to do an admission of guilt. I bought the chair.
Mezzo, are you sitting in it right this minute?
I am. I just am trying it out right now. It's fucking fantastic. And the thing is I looked at it online a couple days ago and it was on sale. So I was like, I should just get it now with my credit card, and then I'll save up and pay it off. So I'm in it. I've got a lumbar support. It feels great. I'm trying it out, and we'll see.
Well, keep us up to date on like how it goes and how it feels, and if it's as much of an improvement as we were hoping for.
Yeah. Look, there's no like proper chair that you can sit in for 7 hours. No one should do that with any chair, right? Even like laying flat on my back. At my age, your back's gonna hurt no matter what you're doing. You have to like get up and move around and stuff. But this one's like pushing me up a bit, and I love it. Okay, it's a Mezzo Plus chair. Yeah, exactly. Okay. What the real thing is, let me see if I can like describe this. So you know how like a normal chair, you have a butt and a back, and it maybe like reclines like this. This one hinges at the top, so it pushes this way. So it stays here, but it lumbars. So it has like this extra hinge up here and goes that way. So it pushes your like butt forward, which is great. Like it's just what you want. It feels like, you know, those like nice cars when you rent a car. My car doesn't have, when you rent a car and it has that like airbag lumbar thing, you push and it goes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. So it's really good. And it goes really far. So it kind of pushes you to like the front of the chair if you want. You're almost like on a stool, but you still have a back support. I'm loving it. It's great. Thank you for asking, everybody. And thank you, Quill. I still do need the money for it. I just bought it a little bit early. And
so sorry. No, well,
you okay? She okay?
She seems to be like just like asking us why. So it seems like taking it in stride.
She's probably in denial or something. Yeah, we looked into it. We did some reaching into it. I'm really sorry about this. Like it was a bummer. It's just the people in here, because you're hearing me fine, right?
Yeah.
TikTok has been shitty lately because they're getting ready to like transfer over to new ownership after Trump or Elon Musk buys it or something like that.
Oh, all right.
Okay, so we were saying God's not real, and are you all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Well, do you have any questions about this like new like how to deconstruct or what you're going to be going through now?
No, I'm not like sad because I believe it's real. Specifically
We just
my
said-
religion. I don't know about. Were you Christian before?
Yeah, but we just told you. We just told you.
What'd you say?
Who's talking to you?
I'm sorry, that's my grandmother.
Are you safe right now, Jamie?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to get your grandma up too, we can let her know.
Oh no, she doesn't speak English.
Well, you can just tell her, like, you can translate, just let her know, hey, these guys say, just let me know God's not real. She'll probably be happy to hear that.
No.
Jamie, why
she's
do you
very religious.
believe in? Oh, sorry. Why
Well,
do you believe in God?
Specifically Islam, because I can't really speak for Christianity and stuff like that because I don't believe in that. But specifically
It's ridiculous, right? Like they're like guy came back to life.
Mezzo, their guy split the moon. So it's just as stupid.
Your guys,
Islam, the thing is,
Yeah, that's
you
what they say.
you could not believe in it, but you could still show
Yeah.
respect. You know that, right?
well,
Nah.
that's why we're saying sorry. Like we're kind of being apologetic about it. But also, your religion in particular was started by someone who I don't respect, and so like I do have like a bit of an issue with.
Is it? Let me
People
guess.
who
You
follow that.
think you're saying the 6-year-old stuff, right?
I think that's part of it. Yeah.
Well, also that one, it's based off hadith, and hadiths are not 100% true
Why not?
because those are just it's hearsay. It's she said, he said, specifically.
Oh, so you can
How is
just
the Quran not that? How is that different? That's what we're saying with the whole religion. It's hearsay. People are saying, yeah, that's what happened. God told me to say that you can beat your wife a little bit. Oh, I don't think that's true. I don't think that God ever said that to Muhammad.
Hold on. Let me like just say my point real quickly, and then you guys can analyze it and say what you want to say.
I would love that.
So first, the number one reason is because of the science behind it. Everyone like
The science
what you
behind
said,
like
you question your
believing
beliefs
stuff
too.
that's not true, you mean? Like the psychology?
No, just religion in general. Like why am I here if why would I be created just to do all this stuff,
What's
what's
the
the point?
science? Yeah, what's the science behind that?
Well, no, not behind it specifically, but the scientific stuff that the Quran says.
Like what?
Like the universe is expanding is one.
Oh, I see, like that. Who else said that?
Who?
Scientists. But they said it after
From
they like,
from 1,500 years ago.
it was like not quite that long ago. It was a Catholic guy.
Who?
But when they were saying that the universe is expanding in the Quran, they're not really saying that space is moving farther apart from itself. You realize
No.
that, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what it says. It says
Okay, give me the verse. How do I
not
look it up?
exactly, like not exact word for word.
It's
bar for
exactly
bar.
what it said, but not exactly.
No, it's interpreted that way. You get what I mean?
If it were the case that space wasn't expanding, are you telling me that for this whole time until the Big Bang was like named, that people of Islam were like saying, we're trying to tell you it's expanding, and everyone was like, no, it's not. And then once they found it, like, oh my God, you're right. Or was it the case that after they found it, they're like, yeah, that's what we said. That after they found it, they're like, yeah, that's what we said. That's what we... Look it up. Quran says universe expanding. Surely a bunch of people have.
Okay. So in 547, it says, we have built the heavens with might, and indeed we are expanding it. And if you look at the context before that verse, it talks about how the world was created, stuff like that.
Okay. And so it was made with might. What do you mean we? Who's we?
We have built the heavens with
Who's
might.
we? Who's he talking
It's
about?
God himself. No, it's not like we.
Oh,
not multiple
it's like the
people.
royal we.
What do you mean the royal we?
We
It's
are
like
not
Allah
amused.
Allah says, like, me, myself, and I have built the heavens.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's what I mean.
All right, so we built the universe with great might, and we are certainly expanding it. Okay,
Yeah.
and let me see, read the full surah. That's 51:47, so let me scroll down a little bit.
Yeah, if you just look at, if you just search up Surah 51,
I'm doing it right
see
now. Okay, we sent against them the devastating wind. There was nothing. It came upon that it did not reduce to ashes. The story of Thamud was another lesson. Still, they persisted in defying the commands of their Lord. They were overtaken by a mighty blast while they were looking on, like some kind of a blast.
Wait, which
Then
eye
they
are
were
you
not
up to?
able to rise up, and the people of Noah had also been destroyed earlier. They were truly a rebellious people. That's not true. We built the universe with great might, and we're certainly expanding it. As for the earth, we spread it out. How superbly we smooth it out. Well, the earth isn't smooth, so that's a problem.
Which part are you up to?
That's just the next verse down. It says we smooth the earth out.
Yeah, the earth is really bumpy.
So they get some right and some wrong? Is that what you're saying?
No. The thing is,
Or do you think
You
they
know,
thought the earth was flat?
hold on. Just wait. You need to let me speak.
So I don't, and
Hold
you don't have
on,
to like
hold
try to
on.
control this or tell me to hold on. We can
I
like
know,
talk,
but the thing
and
is, you
it's
keep
fine.
interrupting me.
Yeah, but I think I'm reading the actual like holy
I
word
know,
of your God,
I know.
right?
I never said that, but
Yeah. So just respond to it.
I'm trying to, but you keep talking over me. So, as I was saying, translations, things can get lost in translation. In Arabic, it means something like in Arabic, each word has a different. In Arabic, each word has a different nuance. No matter, I'm not really great at reading it.
51:48.
فرشناها فنعم الماهدون.
Yeah, I was just doing some quick reading, and it says here, Zami, I just did some quick reading.
Yeah.
And it says here that it's mistranslated to say that the heavens are expanding. That it means that we are doing additions on the heavens.
That's what I thought it would be. Like putting in like a new like addition to your house. Like we're just adding more to the house, but not that space itself is actually like moving farther apart from itself.
Yeah, so it sounds like the translation that you're relying on is actually the incorrect thing, and what Mezzo is saying with the flat Earth, that's what they meant, like that it's literally smooth.
No, can I say something real quickly? So, in Arabic, I don't know how to explain it because I speak Arabic. I speak it, but I don't really read it as well. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I don't care.
So,
Like that's
It
just
says-
not important to me right now. What I'm trying to figure out is every word in the Quran scientifically true? Or
not
did they just
everything
get a couple of little things right?
I believe that everything in the Quran is true, yes.
Okay. So when it says that we smoothed the earth out, what's the truth in that?
In English, in Arabic, the meaning is different.
What is it? What's the truth?
So in Arabic, it says, I'm going to say how I would say. The earth, we have spread it. How excellent. The spreaders. It's different in translation.
So the earth is spread out? What does that mean?
Imagine like the tectonic plates.
But they're not spread out. They're moving together.
No, there's two different types.
What the fuck do you think an earthquake is?
There's different types. There's divergent and convergent.
Yeah, so is it saying that we only did one of them?
No.
So it's not correct. It's not quite accurate.
What? What are you talking about?
It doesn't say that we spread it together and apart.
It's only talking about one for now. I'm giving you an example. That's not exactly what it's talking about. I'm saying like the tectonic
So
plates.
all we have to do is like, as long as we like stretch everything to make it like kind of fit sort of what we know of reality now, then it's fine, right?
Huh? Repeat that?
As long as we like stretch the meaning like poetically to try to mean like kind of close to what we think of scientifically now.
No.
And by the canopy raised high, and by the seas set on fire. Didn't happening. The day the heavens will be shaken violently, mountains will be blown away entirely. Do you think that will happen? The mountains will go away?
That's based on like Day of Judgment. That's what I would
So you're
believe
saying that'll happen too? Yeah.
You said what?
You think that'll happen too?
Yes.
The mountains will blow
on the Day
away?
of Judgment.
All right.
Actually, I'd like to close this debate here because the way that you're trying to say it in a way that's condescending, but the fact that you're not really trying to help me learn.
I don't want you to learn
I know, no.
like the religion.
No,
I want you to learn. I want you to see
your perspective as an atheist.
I want you to see
like
how
to see an
obvious it
open-
is that you have to make up lies to make this book fit reality.
No, here's the thing. I'm very extremely open-minded. I love learning about other religions. I love even about atheism, what their perspective is. But the way you are saying it, you're saying it in a rude way. You get what I mean? Like,
You
I
have
love
no
learning about
idea how much ruder we can be, especially when it comes to Muslims. We normally make them first apologize for following a pedophile, Muhammad. You wanted to go that route?
No, let me tell you something.
You don't think that he actually fucked a 9-year-old?
No, can I say something real quickly?
Is that what you want to get into?
You're
Stop
basing
asking.
that-
Stop asking to do stuff. Just
no,
talk.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I love listening to other people.
Sorry, hold on.
I believe that
Zamy, in your religion,
oh
hold
my
on.
goodness.
In your religion is lying
Just
wrong.
let me, no, can I just tell you something?
Hold on, Zamy. In your religion
No,
is
one
lying
second.
wrong.
I
Zamy,
want to hear your perspective.
So you're
but
not
the
allowed
fact
to
that-
interrupt a Joel. Sorry, we haven't had to do this rule in a while, but one of the rules of live is you can interrupt me, but not Joel.
Okay.
Is in your religion is lying wrong?
Yes.
Okay. So what is your year of birth?
2002.
2002 for sure? It took you a while to think of that.
No.
You're not lying?
No.
All right.
She doesn't sound like a kid to me. I mean, like she has
very
a
young
small
to me.
voice, but I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. I want to hear your perspective, but you're not trying to
leave.
do it in a way. Can I speak real
If you're
quick?
just going to do meta and talk about how we're talking, then you don't have to be here.
No, I want
If you
to.
want to have this
I want to
conversation,
hear your
we're having
perspective.
it. But all you're doing is saying how you don't like how we're talking. I don't care. We're going to talk.
Okay, I want to hear your perspective, but I don't
Yeah,
want
Islam
in
is
a way
dumb.
that you're
It's
trying
fake.
to.
That's my perspective. It was written by a lunatic who wanted to fuck kids, and it's all made up. And he used his deluded like visions of God in order to hook up with children. That's what I think.
And Zamy, you're in a cult and they've convinced you that this is true by lying about what scientists have discovered and saying, hey, look at this vague thing that's written in this book. It's the same as what these scientists are saying. And all the cults do it. So there's nothing new about your cult. It's not special. It doesn't do anything interesting or unique. It's the same as all the other ones. And you've been duped. And that's actually really sad for us. We would want better for you.
Yeah, you seem nice.
All right, thank you for saying that I seem nice, but I would like to say about, you know how you said the pedophilia thing?
Yes.
With that, those are called hadiths.
So you don't believe they're true?
No, I believe it in a sense, but with hadiths, those are just what people think were said. I don't know how to explain it. It was orally passed down. You know what I mean?
So you don't think he married Aisha? Is that what you mean?
No, he married Aisha.
Why do you
He
think
married
that? Does it
Because
say
it
that in the
says it.
Quran or in a hadith?
Pretty sure it says it in the Quran. I'm not sure.
It doesn't. It says it in hadiths.
I'm not sure. I have to check.
Check. Look it up.
Yeah, she is mentioned in the Quran.
As his like wife?
The thing is, Amy, is that like it depends on which Muslim you ask, but some of them are very sure that whatever hadith the Aisha information comes from is true, and that she was really, really, really young. She was a child. And so a lot of Muslims will defend that. Now, you're a Muslim who's decided to go the route of just not believing certain things. So picking the stuff you like and not picking the other stuff, like rejecting their stuff. I bet you there's some hadiths that you go, oh, that's true.
Yeah. But just look up, is Aisha mentioned in the Quran? Everything is going to say no. She's not mentioned. Her name isn't in there. It's not explicit. It's not in there.
Okay, really quickly. The hadith with Aisha's age that you're talking about, I've heard of it many times.
Yeah, there's a few.
I've heard of it so many times, that same hadith. But the thing is, there's so many other hadiths that say otherwise also. But with some of the hadith that you're talking about.
Like what? Which one says otherwise?
Some of them say that she was, some of them say she was 9. Some of them say she was 15. Even though right now, in this day and age, we're more woke.
Good to say?
No.
Did that make you feel good?
Can I finish?
No, you know what? I kind of don't want to.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm good, to be honest. That's probably good. She did. All right. Well, that was gross.
It's like it just feels easier to handle it when it's a disgusting man that you can yell at. You know what I mean? But when you know that she's so kind of like just indoctrinated,
that's true. I love the we're expanding the universe line. I think that's a really interesting thing in the Quran. I think that you were right, Joel, that like it sounds more like they're saying we're adding more planets. We're just like making new stuff, which probably makes sense that they would phrase it like that, because especially around that time, they were discovering lots of new things, right? They're starting to like see more things. Like, hold on, when is Galileo time? Is that around then? When is this? Oh no, that's like 1,000 years later, because it's like around 500 that Islam started. Is that right? You're 500 or 600?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we're not quite getting like telescopes yet, but we're still like, we're seeing comets and stuff come by. So they're probably thinking like, hey, there's a new thing in the sky. We're expanding the heavens, new stuff. So that kind of makes sense to me that they would phrase it like that. There's also stuff in the Quran where it says that like the earth was made before the stars, which is obviously false. Boy, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. I do appreciate you all, and I should open up my actual Cash App because like I don't always get all of the things. I hate like how do you do all the super chats, Joel? Isn't it annoying?
You just got to do it between the conversations, and super chats are fun because they have they're saying something funny usually or something interesting or whatever. But so do super chats and stuff.
Congrats on buying the chair from Quill. Not interesting.
That's not that good. And Quill's really funny.
I know. That's why it's like
Quill could do better than that.
Maybe there's a pun in here I'm not getting.
Buying. It can't be buying.
Buying the chair.
Congrats. Oh, rats. No, that can't be it.
We'll keep looking into it. But it is our next guest. Tyler's here.
Oh.
You're right. I just realized we have someone here. Sorry, 1 second, Tyler. We have to do. We'll do a podcast now. At the top of the hour, we have to like bring it in. So ready, Joel?
So it's top of the hour, folks. That's right. We're here with Mezzo Debates live on TikTok. It's a subsidiary of the BBDs. I'm hanging out on JRB. You know that. I'm your best friend. And yeah, we got Tyler in the hot seat. We're going to be doing some sweet, sweet apologizing in a couple of seconds. But right now, we just got to say it's 11:25 p.m., top of the hour. Take it away, man. I love that beat. Me too.
yeah. Hell fucking yeah. We are right back to it. And not a beat was skipped. Except that one. Tyler, welcome in. What's your age and your religion?
I'm 19 and I'm a non-denominational Christian.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you so much for being here. And let me just wipe off some of these. I just had some shit on my screen. It's more Cash App. See, God damn it. I overdid it with the alerts. It sends like 6 for each one. I was trying to fix that for so long. I'm supposed to exercise. Yeah, I'm not doing that right now. Okay, welcome in, Tyler. And great news. Oh, fuck. For you, this might be bad news.
Oh.
Sorry.
No,
You're
go
not
ahead.
gonna like this. You're not gonna like this.
I started so bad. I'm so sorry. It turns out that God, the non-denominational God that you believe in, is like not real.
Oh. Well, before I get into anything, I just had a question. Are y'all believe there is no God at all whatsoever?
No God at all whatsoever.
Okay, perfect. Right. So, everything, right? You look outside, you got trees.
I know
and
everything.
stuff.
Yes, go.
I see you got glasses, right? You like your glasses? They serve your purpose?
They do okay. Yeah, I'm not that super used to wearing them yet. This is a kind of new thing for me. I've just started that this year. I went to the
is it?
eye
Well, they look good
doctor.
on you.
Well, yeah, they're mostly cosmetic.
Tyler, you can't see me, but I also wear glasses,
Great
and
glass.
I've been wearing them forever, like for a lot of my life. So, like, I'm really used to them,
Yeah.
and I've been able to see trees.
Yeah, no, I wasn't saying nothing about y'all not being able to see or nothing. I was just about to get to a point where,
Do you wear glasses, or are you just calling us like four-eyed nerds?
no, actually, I do. I got them on right now. I brought that up because that's something we can all relate to is our glasses.
Oh my
I
goodness!
believe in glasses. Those are real.
Yeah, that's true.
Glasses are what
here's
helped
what I was
me
trying to
see
reel it
that there
into.
wasn't a God.
Here's what I'm trying to reel it into, right? If you believe there was nothing that created this universe, did you believe somebody created those glasses?
Yes.
Have you ever met the guy? You ever seen him?
That made my glasses?
Yes, the specific person that put your glasses together. No?
No.
So you've never met him. You've never seen him.
Why are you assuming it's a
You know
him?
he exists, right?
No, I mean, it absolutely was probably made by like robots in a factory.
Okay, well, who made those robots in a factory?
Probably like the Chinese people that work in the factory. Let me see.
Well,
what
you
it
ever
is.
met those Chinese people that worked in that factory to create the robots to create your glasses?
Made in China. Yep, nailed it. 0.75. No, I didn't meet them. Do I have to meet them to think that they exist?
No, actually, that is exactly what I'm trying to get at.
Oh,
Right. I myself have never personally seen the face of God.
same.
Exactly. So we're on the same page there. The only difference to me is, I've read through my Bible. Not extensively.
Who made your Bible?
I don't know it front to back.
Who made your Bible?
About 40 different guys. Long time ago.
They wrote it, but someone else like bound it together, right? I'm talking about like the actual like copy of the Bible.
Oh, well,
People, right? Some people made it
yeah, some people made them.
with like machines and stuff. And so like I've seen videos where people make glasses and Bibles. Have you ever seen that show How It's Made? Oh, it's a good show. Fuck, that's it. The music is like, it's just like, next we're off into the factory where they're building Bibles. As you can see here, they're writing lies in on the press box thing. Then they're going to stamp it shut and put a little area where you can like sign your name at the end so your mom can give it to you as a graduation present, but you never read it because she doesn't know that you already left Christianity. So it just stays blank. You know?
I don't have the part of mine that I can
Anyway,
find.
so we can see that for glasses and for Bibles, but I haven't seen one of those for trees where they're like, we're going to build like a grown adult tree.
Well, right. So then in that case, where do you think trees came from?
Nature. I
just
think
like
they're
something
natural.
like-
That's what I mean. Some things are made by people and some things are not made by people. right? Some things are made by beings, like a mind or a group of minds got together and said, we should take this natural thing and reform it into something else. Let's make it into a car. Let's take this metal ore that we found and we'll melt it down and we'll make it into a car. And then we'll plan it out and do that. And they made a car with this stuff that already existed. The stuff that already existed, no one was like, let's make this rock. Let's make this pile of dirt. Let's just put together these perfect rocks, and we'll plan it out, and we'll get our rock factory, and we'll make these rocks and these trees and these mounds of dirt. We don't see those factories, right? So we don't like have any reason to assume that they were designed or created in that same way. They probably just came about via natural processes, especially since they seem to outdate us. Like they've been around since before minds, right?
Well, yeah, of course. You know, rocks have been around forever. That's what
way before brains or factories or anything like that.
Way before anything. That's what we stand on. But oh damn, I just had a good point. Hold on, give me 1 second.
I doubt it.
Oh yes, it was a question for both y'all actually. So I've been on TikTok, you know. I would see people like y'all, you know, with the, oh, God's not real debates, whatever. And there's been some that just think, what do y'all think about the, you know,
Not yours, my money. God spoke all these words. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery.
Like take a picture of myself that it would read with AI to see if my age was appropriate. And it did actually, for the first time ever, give me a clip that that said this is the part, and it was the part where I was right. It was the Islam part. So I think what we should do. I hit appeal, so I can check the appeal in a little bit, but I don't think, I mean, the words were pretty clear. Pretty clear. Let me open this up in my other account on this other thing here and see if maybe it shows up. And it's a week long. It's so funny. I was just saying today how I don't get in trouble about anything anymore. Well, let me see, messages. Activity might be an activity. It's probably in message. Oh, system accounts. Thanks for submitting your appeal. You receive a notification as soon as we have an update. Okay. So we'll stay there. Look for the update. Yeah. So the bummer is, oh yeah. So I had to take my picture and then it has to, if you want, Joel, it's up to you. I mean, are you home? Or are you working? If you're working, that I don't want to like, I guess that'd be fine anyways. You just leave your phone plugged in. And I won't go too late. We won't keep you up all night if you want to do that. I'll just go to 11. But you know what I think we should do is like sit here for a half hour. Because I'm supposed to do, maybe we should do that another time. Go live for 30 minutes. Go live on 3 separate days. We have to do 3 separate days anyways. So, what should we do? What do we do? I don't want to sit here for 30 minutes. Yeah, maybe that's what I should do is just like do it. Yeah, Joel, go ahead and go live. I'll come join you because I think that'll be better. This is going to be boring. I'll come on this account and do like a few, because we should both have this one ready. And so I will like just fill out some like lives over the course of this week. Maybe even just like while I'm working, I'll just turn it on my phone in the background. And yeah. Okay, so everyone go over to Joel's. How are there 70 people at this account? No, it's okay. But I said what I said and I regret none of it. And I probably won't get the appeal. But according to the rules of TikTok, I absolutely deserve that. Probably should have said that in a way that was less troublemaking, but that's all right. These things happen, and I regret nothing. Yeah. Someone let me know when they see Joel on. I don't want to repeat what I said, but it was basically just, I said that blank is dumb and fake. That was the main part that they were like, you can't do that. Yeah. And then I went into the PDF thing, the C-3PO stuff. So yeah. All right. I'm just going to leave. I'm going to go see when Joel starts and I'll be there. So everyone go over and find Joel. What is this?
These words, I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. It's okay.
Who I am?
Do you even know who I am? So then you can
Fuck I
do
am.
the green screen.
Yeah, but I gotta find it.
You got to choose, like, go scroll, like, slide over to the end and choose the green screen.
It's not there.
We already,
Trending.
we already have a couple guests. That's good.
Oh, green screen. There we go. I don't know
Guys-
if you've noticed this. I've updated this picture recently.
Oh, you got the little god character.
Yeah, because the little words were getting covered and you couldn't see them. And like, I hate it when there's words on top of words. It like really irks me. It's just like bothers me for some reason. So I just got rid of that and I just decided to put this one up because I think it's so cute.
It's adorable. I would like to just do bad Bible debates as my background. So now I have to, enhance. And then I've got to
Enhance.
choose the background. And then I'm doing the green screen. Add background without effect. Your effect will be removed that's not how I want it. Anyway, if we can get up to 5K and then we'll take a guest. We have a couple of guests waiting in the queue, which we will talk to.
5K what?
I just like to get up. They say get up to 5K likes in order to.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. I don't do any of that shit, John.
I mean, it's not, probably doesn't matter. You know, I think that's a lot of that is superstition.
Oh yeah, maybe. Well, I do
know.
a lot of like I flip the lights on and off 3 times before I go live. I rub 4-leaf clover on my balls. I do some like other like ceremonial things, you know.
Yeah, you do the classic OCD stuff, but you don't do the weird superstitious stuff. All right. Well, do you want to? We're already there.
Yeah. We can just like feel free to just do the same thing you would do, and if I ever suck, you can take over. It's your channel.
Well, just don't get me bananaed. How about that?
I just had a few more thoughts about the prophet real quick.
No. I think it's fine as long as there's not any Muslims hanging around.
So you're gonna get it now.
No, we want them to hang around. We love all the different religions, but they would just there's no one to report it if they're not hanging around. So
That's a good point. All right. Well, Organmuth.
Not loading.
Oh, I see them.
Oh,
Organ mouth. Are you there? Oh,
organ mouth.
they're muted.
Well, for me, they're
sorry,
just,
Mezzo raid. I forgot to to say that.
yeah, they were just loading for me. Let me try Organ Mountain Exotics. Is that a person? Like that?
Whoa.
I don't think that was a Christian.
Nice.
Anyway. All right, well, we'll see how it goes. You know.
Hey, thanks for doing this. And sorry everyone for just really botching that. But these things happen. Like I was saying at the end there, like I have no regrets, and I'll be back on my normal thing in a week. So this is fine, right?
Yeah. Oh, look! I think there's someone now. Oh, this is a fan.
Hello, welcome in, Damo. Dayman, can you hear me?
Damo.
Yeah, this is just not working.
Not mean to come up. So, hey, remember in your last live, we were talking about how there's not a lot of there's not a quick command like feed the starving,
Right.
which I use for my morality thing. I go, is it morally right to feed the starving when we can?
Yeah.
Well, there is a section which is like the sheep and the goats thing. Do you know this phrase? If you've done
eat
it,
all the sheeps and eat all the goats.
you should make people eat all, force feed them the sheep and the goats. Have you heard that if you've done it to one of these, the least of these, my brother,
Right.
the least of these, you've done it unto me? That's the one that, you know what? People are trying to like the live and they keep on inviting themselves up because I'm so small.
Nobody like the live.
Yeah, don't like it. Don't
Just
like
don't
this
like
shit.
it today. It doesn't matter. No big deal. Share it, but don't like it. Or actually just don't do anything. In fact, go to a live that didn't get in trouble to probably be better.
We don't deserve it because Mezzo screwed up. I didn't get any.
By the way, I'm refreshing every now and then to see if I'm like getting a notification.
Yeah.
Nothing yet. But you were saying people starve and the least you've done to the most of me are sheep?
So there's the parable of the sheep and the goats, and the sheep fed Jesus, the king, which is Jesus, says, when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was thirsty, you gave me something to drink. When I was naked, you clothed me. And they say, when did we ever do that? And he goes, if you've done it to the least of these, you've done it to me.
Right.
That's right. So that's basically saying you should be feeding people. You should be clothing people. You should be visiting them in prison when they're sick.
Yeah, but didn't we like also slaughter infants? Did we do that to Jesus? If you've done it to, like, if you do it to anyone, it's like doing it to God.
Yeah, they were slaughtering Jesus back in the Amalekite times. Yeah,
weird.
Yeah, it was weird. Honestly, it was weird.
Yeah.
Back then.
So that's the best thing that they have to say. Okay, so we should feed, but Jesus wasn't starving. So that's why they get away with, we don't have to feed starving people.
It also says, if you've done this to one of the least of these, you've done it unto me. So you only have to feed one starving person.
That's nice.
Jay, are you a Christian?
Sure.
Cool.
And how old are you?
33.
Well, Jay, who's 33 and Christian, welcome in. We're kind of, getting a load off here, figuring our bearings out, and just there's lots of loads kind of flying around with some little technical stuff and a few like issues with TikTok we're having. But I think it's okay. I think we're figuring it out. The one thing that just is happening still is that there's not a God.
And we're sorry about it. Like, we don't want to just sit here and go like, boom.
Nice
it's like, we want to say, apologize. But if you're someone that believes in God, whoops,
sorry.
He doesn't exist.
Yes, he
That's
does.
Whoopsies.
Oh, no, that's untrue.
Yeah, we were looking into it. We checked, and it turns out that there isn't the story of God that comes from the Bible. It's not a true story.
Yes, it is.
All of it? I know some of it's not like, it mentions Jerusalem, like that's a real place, I'm pretty sure. But like the global flood didn't really happen.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, but I mean, we can like look at the facts and the earth.
That's kind of not relevant. It happened.
The facts aren't?
Yeah, it happened.
Interesting. What about like which one do we want to do here?
I'm wondering Jay, are you a troll?
Oh, that's interesting.
No.
You're a real person. You really think that, like, even if there's all sorts of evidence to tell us that a global flood could not have happened, especially as described in the Bible, that it still happened?
Yes.
Why would you believe that?
Because God said so.
And the God that you are talking about, like, is this God all good, all knowing, all powerful, all those things?
I would agree to that.
Yeah, so this is part of the problem that when we looked into, that's one of the things I was looking into in particular. I was like, okay, as I understand, this God is supposed to be all good and all powerful and stuff, and that doesn't make sense, especially in light of the Bible. These things that you're saying are true, where the God character from the Bible, this like mythological character, does bad things.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does. Did you read it?
Yeah, God never does anything evil or bad in the Bible.
Sure, yeah. He says, like, you guys can go get slaves. And he, like, kills a bunch of infants. And
that's not evil. That's not evil.
Sorry, killing infants?
Nope, that's not evil.
Yeah, I don't think this guy can't be real, right? You're just one of those people who's like, I'm going to make Christians look bad by saying it's okay to, like, just like slaughter infants. That's what you're doing? Like this is some joke? Because I don't really like talking to like fake Christian troll people. I get the joke.
It's not a joke. It's not evil.
Jay, did your mom tell you that?
No, reality told me that.
So if I had a baby here and I killed it in front of you, would you think that was evil or bad? Or
Yes, that's evil.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Why was it bad for Joel to do it?
Because he's a human.
Oh, okay. So it's only God can be evil, but not humans? We're not allowed to?
Well, yeah, God's not evil. There's no real such thing as evil.
What if he tells a human to do it? Then is it okay?
Yeah, when you're doing the work of God, yeah.
So sometimes it is good to like murder little baby children.
It's not murder.
Why not?
It's not murder.
Why not?
Because God can't really command you anything wrong.
Okay,
That's not the question. I'm saying like, if God told me to take the life of a child and I did it, how is that not murder? What does murder mean?
Unjustifiable death.
Right. And so you think that there's some reason that this infant deserved it? Is that what you're saying?
I think you're kind of making an emotional argument right now.
It's a just absolutely technical argument. Did the infant do something to deserve it? The only reason I'm bringing up infants isn't to like stir up emotions. It's just because they haven't been alive long enough to have caused enough damage to deserve death. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So like what crime could an infant have committed that it was deserving of this punishment? You know what I mean? Isn't that weird?
I don't think so.
So what's your answer?
As far as as far as what?
Is there a crime that an infant could do that would make them deserving of death?
As far as we know, no.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So as far as we know, there's nothing an infant could do that would make them deserving of this punishment. And yet, God is having humans dole out this punishment. That's bad.
It's not bad.
How is it not bad to do something like that?
Because God can command evil. Everything God commands is moral.
Okay,
Jay,
so
why can't he command evil? What makes God special?
Because God's nature is not. God doesn't have evil in his nature.
But how do we know that if I were to do that to a baby, that would be evil? And when God does it, it's not evil. How do we differentiate that? Is that's just something that you decided that was true, or?
No, that's due to the fact that we're not in the same realm or plane as God is.
that's fine, but is the act still bad, or is it the person that's bad? Like if Joel did it and he hasn't, but if Joel did it, would you say that Joel was evil or that the act was evil?
Are we okay? I don't believe evil is an act. Well, I would say Joel did something that is classified as evil. I don't believe
the act of doing it was the bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe evil itself is an ontological.
Which means God is all good, just like Joel remains good, but the act is evil. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Okay. So God is all good, but does evil acts. That's easy. That's a little easier to swallow, I think.
No, he doesn't do evil acts at all.
Are there any acts that are evil, even for like that God would be unwilling or unable to do?
No, everything God does is good by nature.
Okay. So I don't know how to deal with you. Like it's so weird for someone to be like, it's fine to slaughter children.
Yeah, Jay, you're a privation of good theorist.
Like divine command, right?
Well, divine command, but you also don't believe that evil has ontology. Evil doesn't exist. That's what you said.
The act is.
Yeah, evil of itself isn't actually a real thing. It's a deprivation of good thing. So evil doesn't actually exist in the sense that where it's a
So God is completely good. Everything he created was good. Everything that exists because God is good, right?
Right.
Yeah, so you could probably say like the word exist is synonymous. It means the same thing as good. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. God.
And
Yeah.
then
God is. Yeah.
okay. So yeah. So if we were to extract good from something, we would essentially be extracting existence from that thing, wouldn't we?
I mean, I'll follow you. Yeah. You can keep extrapolating.
Yeah. So ultimately, if we take the good away, we're taking the existence away. So what are we left with? Are we left with evil, or are we left with non-existence?
Well, since I believe that God is the ultimate good, you can't really extrapolate good outside of the being of God, because his name, that good is the origin of like.
Yeah, but I'm talking about things that exist in the world, right? So,
Right.
Because you're saying there's no evil, except that if I were to kill a baby, that would be evil, right? But that wouldn't be something that exists or has ontology. That would be the deprivation of good in your mind, correct?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't define it that way, but
Well, that's you're defining it that way.
yeah, I mean,
I don't know if he totally is.
He said it like 3 times that
Yeah,
he doesn't
evil-
believe evil is something with ontology.
yeah, evil is not like a.
I think he's heard that, but I don't think he really like agrees with it.
Oh, yeah, maybe
I
you don't.
do- I
Do you
do
understand what we're saying here, Jay?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with what I'm saying.
Here's my question. If you get to heaven and God is just like pissing hot piss in everyone's mouth, and he says, this is my act and this is good, will you open up? Like, is that something you're going to be like, I guess if it's good?
That's a funny scenario.
Whatever he does in heaven is like good, just like what he does on earth is good, right? So if that's what he's doing, then you're going to say, sure, sign me up and open wide, right?
In your scenario, sure, whatever.
Yeah. Okay. As long as you're down to like guzzle whatever God's giving, like I think it sets you up to be just like a generally awful person, because you are submissive to something that has no like proof of existence. And so what you now have to do is surrender all of your like moral faculties and give
Not
up
at all.
everything. You don't have any morals. You only believe that what God says is good, right? You don't think. You don't have any. You only have one moral, which is do what God says, right?
Yeah, that's the point of life. Yes.
Right. So you have one single moral, and it's also like it can change from day to day.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, so we're still supposed to be slaughtering infants right now because he said to do that once?
No.
Okay, so that used to be one thing, and now it's not the thing.
But that's
Like
not
it-
a moral.
Like it changed.
That's not a moral command.
I like highly disagree with that.
Yeah, it's not a moral command.
It was an immoral command.
No, I said that's not a moral command. Like, that's not a moral commandment.
What was it? What was it?
That's dealing with war, brother. That's like
They weren't.
what happened during war. The Israelites were waging war, so that has nothing to do with morality.
War has
Mezzo,
nothing to do with morality.
Do you know that the Christians separate the laws into categories? Have you heard about this?
No.
Yeah, so that's what he's talking about. He's saying that the 10 Commandments are the ones that they call the moral law, and then they ignore all the rest of them. And when there's a command that is like specific to Hebrews, go and genocide people who, because something happened 400 years, that's just like not even a law. That's just a command. So they just ignore everything except for the 10 Commandments. And then when it comes to the Sabbath day, they ignore that too. They just like swap that around. So he's saying that that's not one of the moral laws. The only ones that he has to follow are the ones that they call the moral law, even though the Bible never says that. So it's just like making it up. And
No, it's not. It's actually God's moral commands are the 10 Commandments.
how do you know that?
Why does it stop at 10? Yeah.
Why? Because that's what he wanted.
No, but like, how do you know that?
That's what he said. That's how. I mean,
Where does it say that?
Where?
in the Bible,
Where?
Okay,
In-
I'll check. Let's see.
Exodus 20.
Take the dross from the silver, and the smith has material for a vessel. Is this the part?
Like, Jay, we know that there are 10 commandments. We know that there are 10 laws that were given in Exodus 20. But what we're wondering is why those are the only laws that apply to you.
Yeah, because those are the only commands that are actually commanded to be followed.
So
not
right
true.
after that, when it gets to verse 22, we've done the 10 commandments, and now we're done with those. And the next thing is the Lord says to Moses, "Thus you shall say to the Israelites, you have seen for yourselves how I spoke with you from heaven. You shall not make gods of silver alongside me, nor shall you make for yourself gods of gold. You need make for me only an altar of earth, and sacrifice on it your burnt offerings and your offerings of well-being, your sheep and your oxen, in every place where I cause my name to be remembered. I will come to you and bless you." So this one he's saying, like, you have to make an altar and do burnt
Right.
offerings.
That's
That's not a
sacrificial.
command.
That is a sacrificial law, yeah.
So they don't really have to do it. It's not one of the commandments,
Yeah, they do.
but it's not one of the 10 commandments. So,
That's
you
the
talking
whole
about?
reason that he set up the Levitical priesthood.
okay, so
Yeah.
that's the 11th commandment. We'll
That's
add
not
it on.
the 11th commandment.
Well, there's 10, and then that's 11. That's the next one. Make an altar. But you're saying they don't have to do that one, or they do it? Is that one of the commandments they have to follow or don't have to follow?
Yeah, of course they followed it.
Do they have to, just like the other 10?
Well, yeah.
Okay, what's the difference between that one and the 10?
I don't get your question. Like, it's
Why do you think this one's any different? There's 10 where he says, here's the things to do, and then here's another thing to do, and you're saying that this one is different somehow than the 10 commandments? Why is it different? It seems just like it's the 11th, right?
okay.
Okay.
Jay, do you still do sacrifices on an altar?
No.
So that
Okay.
changed.
So what changed? Yeah.
Well, Jesus replaced that.
But just that one? But he didn't replace the other ones, or did he replace all of them?
He replaced the sacrificial system in his sacrifice. Yeah. So
Okay, so the rest of the laws are still in place.
as far as what?
Like the next one that says these are the ordinances that you shall set before them. Are ordinances the same as laws and commandments?
I haven't looked at the definition of ordinance.
Yeah, let's look it up. Let's do it. People,
Oh, you better
normally
look
I
up
do this on my
statutes and
account.
decrees, and normally I do this
Ordin-
the dictionary account. There's also
piece of
decrees and
legislation,
laws. Yeah.
a decree, an authoritative order.
Right.
Let's do it under a thesaurus. Maybe a thesaurus. Let's see if it says anything more interesting here. Rule, law, order, command, like the commandments, right? So it's the same thing as the 10 commandments. There's just a few more. They just got the thesaurus out. So here's some more commandments. Ready?
Yeah.
When you buy a Hebrew male slave, he shall serve 6 years, but in the 7th year he shall go out a free person without debt. Now, do you let your slaves go every 7th year?
That doesn't apply.
Why not?
That's not an actual command.
Yeah, it is. Remember, we just said these are the ordinances that the God is setting before the people.
That's not for everybody. That's only for the Israelites.
Right. So are the other commands for everybody?
Yes.
Did you get brought up out of Egypt?
Hold on.
Because at the beginning of chapter 20 of the 10 Commandments, he says, the Lord God spoke all these words. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of Israel, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. He's not talking to everyone. He's talking to those specific people. We are allowed to break these rules. It's just for them.
No, we're not.
Well, then why is this one? Why is I am the Lord your God, you shall have no other gods before me different than the slave one?
Because that's not a moral that's not
Why not?
that's
It's in the same area of the Bible. God's saying the same thing, talking to the same people, and explaining the exact, just like more rules. Why do you stop following the rules after 10? Or after you went to 11 and then you said that one changed. So why did you stop following the rules?
Because those don't apply.
But why not?
It's really that simple.
Yes, they do. I'm giving you just
no,
as
they
I'm
don't.
giving you. I'm going to give you back just as much information as you've given me. Yeah, they do. Yeah, huh? You got to say why they don't apply.
No,
You just
no,
get to
they
pick.
don't, bro.
I don't think that the stealing one applies. So I'm going to go steal from people.
No, that definitely applies.
Jay,
He's
Jay,
just making it up.
Jay, you know, should we be murdering each other?
No,
Why?
Okay, why not?
because God said so
Where?
in the law.
Yeah,
In the Bible?
it's one of
Yes.
the ordinances.
Yeah. Okay. So if we're going to know which of the laws we're supposed to follow and which of the laws we're not supposed to follow, it should say in the book, right?
Right.
Like if we are still supposed to not murder, we should know that we should not murder. But you're what you're saying right now is you're like, hey guys, we don't have to worry about the mixed fabrics or the other stuff in Exodus 21. What we're asking you is like, where in the book does it tell you that?
It's just so interesting that you're willing to say, like, no matter what God does, it's all good. He can command humans to slaughter other humans and eat them and pee in your mouth. And it's good as long as God says it and does it. But then these other things that he says are good, you're like, not that. We don't have to do that one. This one that's like a decent rule, we don't have to do that one. Like, you're so obviously picking and choosing. You're so obviously like dull, and I'm a little concerned about like having this conversation with you, if I'm being honest. I don't have access, Joel, to see if there's other people in the box, but if there are, please feel free to move this along, because I'm on the bad Bible, so I can't like move the things out because it's not a full supermod. But he already did.
Oh man, we had somebody in there and he dropped, unfortunately. But yeah, no. Okay, hold on. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, it's just one of those things to see and realize that, like, Najma, I really want to hear this yelling at me, but just hold on one second. I think it's just good to people to see that, like, it's either the case that the religion itself is like pulling people into a sense of like lunacy, right? Like it just like it like drags the like the cognitions away from you. Is cognitions a word?
Yeah, cognitions. Yeah, probably. It's like a made-up word. Yeah,
but like it pulls all of your smartsness away, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And or maybe it's the case that people who are already unsmarted are just like drawn to it. That could possibly be it.
You know, my take would be with that guy would be that like he has some sort of impairment and he is told all of the things, right? All of the things that the doctrine, the church tells, and he repeats those things.
He hasn't applied them.
He doesn't know what exactly they all mean, but like, you know, and you can like go different places and he'll be able to like he does know that evil doesn't exist. He does kind of have that idea, but to actually go and explain like why all of this is, he can't do that. Like there's a limit. Right. That's why he can say, no, God doesn't do bad. I can't go any further than that. Like I can't really help you in a real conversation.
The main point was and it wasn't interesting. But Najamas, you wanted to have your like baby scream at me or something? Is that good?
No.
Oh, that's not what I heard when you first came on.
No,
I was into it.
He's playing video games, so that's my chance to use my TikTok and chat with people while he's not around. So perfect time.
Sure. And can you please share your age and religion with us?
Age 39, religious, ex-Muslim, I think.
Okay.
Truth seeker.
How far X are you? Because we have a new rule.
What is the new rule?
Well, the reason I'm on this account is because I just very recently, as of like 45 minutes ago, got in trouble. And, oh gosh, we didn't tell Benny. Benny's probably streaming the wrong thing. Has Benny,
But then let's make we don't have to talk about religious as we talk about God, because I don't like, I know that people identify and say God is religious and religious is a God, but it
Yeah,
doesn't have to
there's
be
no
that
such
way.
thing as God. So like, yeah, you don't have to worry about that. If you've already deconstructed away from Islam, first of all, thanks, Benny. First of all, Najma, I'm super proud of you. That's a hard religion to get away from, especially as a woman. You did very good, and I'm proud of you. That is not easy to do, and you did awesome. Are you leaning towards another religion, or are you just like done with it?
Oh no, I tried, studied, visited churches, temples, when I moved to the United States just to see if I'm like a truth seeker. I really couldn't feel aligned much with them. I did practice yoga, Hinduism, Buddhism, but it's all
You're just doing them
actually
all.
they all take me to the same place, which is me. No matter what, they all take me, to humanity, to us,
Yeah.
as a human together. And each has a God within them, source within them, something within them that empowers them.
I appreciate that you changed it to source. I think when you use God in these types of conversations, especially, and you're not talking about Allah or Yahweh or like Vishnu or something, then you're just like adding confusion and riddles to the conversation. But if you're saying like within each of us, there's something special, I think that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, and I found it, after searching, and trying, to experience that by myself. And I think I had a spiritual awakening, as they call it. And that what made me, take those steps, or those. I'm not regretting anything at all. I am so, happy. I think religious
Have you tried
limits us.
atheism? Did you try that one?
Huh?
Did you try atheism?
Which one is it?
Just where
No.
you don't believe in any gods.
Oh, okay. So, well, I believe that
You're
there
gonna
is a
love it. Like it is the best. It's just like you don't have to pray or like pretend to feel anything. You kind of just are like, oh, I get to just be myself and live in this world. Like it's fucking great.
Okay, I'm there. Okay, I'm there.
Yeah.
The wound of religious, because the wound that religious leaves are so deep. Healing from those wounds takes
True.
time. So I like, even talking about religious and talking about me as an ex-Muslim, it was very hard for me first. But now I'm like proud of saying that, because it's, some people some people
for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a system, there's a papers, there's a books, there's things that resources to go and check things, but not thinking, not your mind, not your heart, not those things.
Well, Najma, I am super proud of you, and I want you to keep doing your journey and stay away from the religions. They'll keep you not thinking. But we are looking to just speak to people who do believe and kind of have those discussions, debates with them. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, nice to talk to you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. W's in chat for Najma. I'm sure I'm saying the name wrong, but the way I'm saying it is cool. So like maybe lean towards that. Thanks for doing all the switching arounds, Joel. Lonesome J.
My pleasure.
Are you there? What's the full name here? Lonesome Jody. Do you mean to be up here?
Oh shit. Hell no.
That's a hell no for Lonesome Jody. Alex loves, I assume that says Mezzo. What do you mean to be up here?
Yeah.
Welcome in. How old are you and what's your religion?
I'm 22 and I'm not religious, but I think I do believe in a God. I think recently the thing is for me, I mean, I'm really enamored in this subject. I considered myself agnostic for a while. But I've been watching a lot of just videos on it and I don't know, I feel like it's more likely than not that there was a creator in some sense.
Like a mind that thought stuff to start existing?
Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Just
what
like,
could you like possibly be finding that points to that?
well, just thinking about it logically, I don't like the universe. I don't think could have existed for an infinite amount of time, because you can't traverse an infinite amount of time.
Yeah, I don't think that you have to traverse all like infinite of it at once, but you can traverse some of it. Here we are doing it.
Yeah, but
You think time goes infinitely forward, right?
Yes.
Okay, so like what's the difference? There's still an infinity to deal with, right?
Yes, but we haven't traversed it yet. So I believe that there had to have been a beginning, and I believe that something needs.
That means there's a point in the future that we'll never reach, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which means it could just be the case that from infinity ago, it seemed like there was a point we'd never reach, and here we are not reaching it.
Infinity is a weird concept, but
the way I think of the infinity problem, like the problem of infinite regress, which of course also applies to God, right? Like if there was a God, he's also has the same problem, right?
Well, he would have to exist outside of time.
That doesn't mean anything. Like existing outside of time is cool for concepts and things that we think of, but for a being to exist outside of time means they can't act or move or do anything. Only constants can do that, and creating is an act. Right.
Yeah.
So so to exist outside of time and to make something doesn't work. That's a contradiction. It doesn't make sense. He's frozen in time.
Well, could it not have been that it was always made, and that like for someone outside of
That's
time,
what I'm saying.
they would have experienced it? No. I know. I don't mean in that way. I mean like that moment has always occurred. Like if someone was outside of time, and it's a really weird concept, but they've already done everything already. I see what you're saying. It's just a really big issue for me. I can't wrap my mind.
It's weird both ways. You're right. Like,
yeah,
absolutely. Like, it's something that we can only think about. It's hard for me to like take a firm stance on like. I hear some people be like, "There is an infinite universe," and I'm like, maybe it started, and I don't know what that means. I don't know, but like, there's this riddle, right? Like, when did the universe start? What does it mean for existence to begin or to have existed eternally? This is this really cool riddle to think about. Mm-hmm. And then what you've done is you've put in, like, to solve the riddle, you put in a bigger riddle. Now there's a brainless mind floating in nothingness that has preferences and emotions and can link with us telepathically. What the fuck? This is a worse riddle. Now the riddle's like even harder. You've added only confusion to the solution, right? Whereas if it's like, we don't know what it was yet, but it seems to be natural, then, you know, it makes it like a little bit simpler to me.
When I say God, that doesn't necessarily have to be a conscious mind or a being. I'm just saying, I feel like there has to be, at least when I think about it logically, I feel like there has to be a cause of us existing. And I don't think that's
I'm fine with that.
Okay, then
that is not God though. That's like a total misnomer, right? If you like, the word God is already being used by religious people to like say that there's some force, like there's gravity, there's electromagnetism, there's the Higgs field, and there's some like creative force that starts universes. And it's not like a mind. It didn't think to start the universe. It just like starts universes.
Yeah.
To call that God is like appropriation. You know, like you're stealing that word from religion, and especially like in this conversation, it's confusing now. That's like I was saying to the last guest. Like she's like, there's a little bit of God in all of us. It's like then you're kind of like demeaning the word, and they're already using that, and like we should be. Like, I know it's a little bit semantical, but like in these conversations, we should be pretty specific about the one thing that we're talking about, right? Like it's like the main thing we're talking about. We should make sure that we're agreed. Like God means a pretty specific thing. It does refer to a being that has like preferences and that has desires, right? Like that's what they mean when they say God.
Okay,
and
well,
wants to be called God. What you're talking about, like that type of God, does it want to be called God?
Yeah,
you shall refer to me as your father. Like it doesn't have that, right?
I agree. You know, I'm not gonna take up too much time because I agree with you. I mean, I'm still agnostic on the issue. Like if, I don't know, the Christian God did exist, like maybe it could happen. I think it's really unlikely, but
no.
Yeah.
No fucking way.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways.
Look, I'm with you. I used to be a lot like you too when I was like leaving religion, especially. So you kind of went into it from a different way, but I was like, well, surely there's still something. And I just kind of kept calling it God for a little bit. And then I was like pantheistic a little bit. And then I realized like that is so different from what the word God means. And if that thing, whatever that thing is, that force, the Tao maybe like doesn't want to be called God, then we shouldn't, because there's already people using that word and we're going to like confuse the conversation. So that's why I still say, yeah, God isn't real. Maybe there's something out there that I don't know, some higher power I don't know about, but it's not God. That's not
in the way that we understand it.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
The whole reason why I'm going into this is just because, I mean, like, it's hard to deal with the concept of like free will and stuff without all of this religion. I was never
fix
religious.
it though.
I know it doesn't.
You're just adding a bigger riddle to it.
Yeah. Anyways. Yeah.
I'd love to talk to you about free will if you want to. Like, if you think that the same force is omniscient, then you don't have free will. Like, that's not the word for it. You know, you're trying to have like some sort of an external consciousness. Is that what you need?
I don't think humans have free will without. I mean, even with the presence of a God, it would be. Yeah. To argue.
Full stop. Right.
I don't think
it's hard to. It's something that it feels like we have, and then it's really hard to like actually think that we do, or like
not to get too philosophical, but like it's like, yeah, it's a really weird. I don't understand why we feel as though we do.
I'll say this.
Points that we don't.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like you want to say like, yeah, of course I chose pizza. Like I wanted pizza, but then when you like do the math on it, it's like, fuck.
My brain.
Yeah, that sucks. And it feels uncomfortable, and so we want to have it be the other way. Although I'll say this: the only way there might be free will is, well, first of all, you'd have to not have an omniscient being. That eliminates free. The entailment of omniscience is that free will, like the future, is locked in. If you know the future, it's locked in. So that's one thing you have to not have first. And then the other thing is like if you like, it's a question of identity, and also not to get too philosophical, but like identity philosophy is so fucking boring. Like I just failed out of that in philosophy class. But the idea of like, what is Alex? Is it your body? Is it your mind that has a body? Like, do you have a body or are you a body? Like, what part of your identity, does your identity extend past you? I think it kind of does. Like, it is your friends and family too as part of you. Like all of your memories and past and all those things, like, are you? And if that's the case, and we're including your past that led you up to here, that is what is part of you, then you are kind of making that choice. Like maybe you can kind of like expand who you, like what it means to be Alex, to say that Alex made the choice.
Yeah, because like every 10 years, the entirety of your cells are replaced.
Oh yeah, it's for sure not your physical body, right?
Yeah, it can't be your physical body. So yeah, that's a really.
So I mean, I don't know exactly how to do it, but like I've heard people do it, and I've thought about it in a way. It's like maybe there's a way you could still say you have free will if you like expand, and it'd be like free choice, not free will. Like you still can't like choose to fly or whatever. But yeah, it's an interesting thing. But yeah, God absolutely demolishes any chance of having. So yeah.
Okay, I'll let you speak to some actual probably Christians. So
hey, nice to talk to you. I appreciate. No, I'm happy to speak to people like this too, because I really think it's important. I want to let like Christianity, like I think we should move past it as a people. And so what you're doing is kind of doing that. But I also think that like low key, when people like you like call their other thing God, that emboldens them to like keep thinking that they have more people on their team when you're really not. You know what I mean? So like, I like to clarify, it's not what you think, Christians. This guy's not on your side.
Yeah, no, I'm more just looking, to be honest, for some sort of meaning in life, because it's really easy to just. There is like objectively, there's really, I mean, there's no objective like truth, but like from my perspective, there's really no actual meaning in terms of like, I mean, I guess it's what you make of it, but
well, I sometimes am there's a little bit more than that, Alex. I mean,
No, I'm not like saying this in like a
No,
sad,
you're right.
sad way. I'm just, like, saying it.
Like we have the same fucking brain. Like, yeah, I totally get what you mean. Like, I don't think there is some, like, the universe isn't like, and Mezzo shall preach atheism to the world. Like, that isn't like this fated kind of like destiny, like poetic meaning like that. But that doesn't mean we're without value, and value because we are part of the universe.
Yeah.
Like, we are fragments of it. We're small, tiny fragments of it, but we're something. So we're not zero value, right? And so, and I also think just like rarity is a little bit of value. So here's how I do this.
Well, the odds of us existing are minuscule.
Sure, but
I don't know. Oh, sorry.
well, no. Think about this. So like rocks and plants and planets are all really neat. Like we're neat, and those are also neat. But they don't know that they're neat, right? There's a very rare thing that we are able to do, which is think about that we're able to do things and wonder if we actually have a purpose. And we get to learn about the rocks, and they don't get to learn about us. We are, stars exploded, come to life. We're very much fractions of this universe. And even though it seems like we're insignificant fractions or fragments, we have a value because we do something very rare. As far as we know, we haven't found anything else that does. There probably is, but even if there is, it's rare because it's not anywhere else we look in our solar system. So just off of the rarity alone, we have a value. We should learn about the universe. We're the only ones that can.
That is honestly, that's the last thing I want to say, but that's a beautiful way. I haven't really thought about that. It's like as if the universe is understanding itself in some way, or at least being conscious like itself. So that's pretty cool. Yeah.
A star exploded and turned into our minds. That's fucking dope. Like, enjoy that. You don't have to have a god for that. just use your mind to learn more about like stars. Learn more about yourself. Like, learn more about the universe, and then share that. Like, teach that to people. Like, that is like every time you tell someone some like random like fact about space, you're like sharing the universe with itself. It's fucking deep. Like, there's no way to not like that poetically. It's so cool.
That's a really, really, really cool point.
Alex, did you say you were an ex-Christian?
Oh, no. I've never been religious.
Never been religious.
I think it's like, some of my family's Buddhist, but I'm not.
Cool.
It's just weird. Like, somebody asked me my purpose the other, like, what's your purpose? Because you say that you can like choose your own purpose, but what is yours? And I was like, I feel like I've had different purposes across my life. And I think that, like, I know because I was raised Christian, we have this idea of like, what is the purpose? Like, what is the big purpose for all maybe not all people, but my whole life? And I don't think that that's something that is a correct way of thinking about it. I think there are things in our lives that imbue it with purpose and meaning. That could be anything from like writing a song to making people laugh to having a family to building a career to, like whatever it is. But our experiences and things that are important to us give our lives meaning and purpose. And they may not be like Mezzo's idea is like this huge idea, and that's powerful too. Like, that's beautiful as well. But it doesn't have to be that big.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be big. But Joel, think about the list that you just said. All those things, like the meaning is like, it's like, remember that art that was a banana on the wall and it was dumb? But or just like a sunset. Like, when a sunset was happening before anyone was on Earth looking at it, there was sunsets. And they were just happening. And like, they just looked the way they looked. And then later when minds came up, they were like, whoa. As a mind, I'm like, this is giving me a lot of like thoughts and stuff. The meaning comes from minds. Purpose comes from the mind. Rocks don't have a purpose unless a mind like gives them one. Mm-hmm. We have our mind. Use it to give yourself a purpose. It can be to jack off all day. If you just want to goon and that's your purpose, like, do it if that really like fulfills your heart, because you're part of the universe fulfilling, like rocks can't jack off either, right? Like, it's a rarity that we get to do. As long as you're not hurting someone else and like more, morality still is like in check. I think it's perfectly good to exercise all of the things that the planets, the stars, and the other fragments of the universe can't do. Anyways, Alex, I know you've been trying to get out of here for a little bit, but it's been nice chatting with you. Did you want to say anything else before you jumped out?
No, honestly, no. But I came in here hoping that I could get a new perspective on it. I think you've given me that. Like, thanks for being respectful about it. Like, I thought you'd just like hate on me for the fact that I was trying to find meaning in a certain way, in a different way. So thanks so much.
No, as long as you're now willing to say Mezzo convinced me there isn't a God. You want to say that, or?
I mean, good having you up here, Alex. Gonna let you go, and we'll move on to the next guest.
All right. We got this pretty close. He might have done it. Maybe give him a week. Okay. Positive. I can't read the rest of positive.
Wold.
Positive Wold. Welcome in. What's your age and religion? Oh, he's on.
Here,
she's on mute.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm 41 years young. I'm a Christian.
I'm 42 years old. So, like, in 1 year, you're going to be old, man. It sucks.
Nah, you get old when you start getting like 80 and stuff, man.
I feel like I was old at like, sorry, Joel, but like 28, which I know is around the corner for you.
But listen today we're not going to debate, man. Today we're just going to have a cordial talk, you know.
Okay, but if I like absolutely shred you in this cordial talk and make you look bad, just like fair warning, you might get cooked in this conversation.
No problem.
All right. Well, there's no God. Deal with it. Oh wait, sorry. I've been doing this rudely. Let me just positive. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
No. It's good, man.
It's not good. It's bad news for you because you're a Christian and there's not a God, which means that your life is meaningless. Now, all the meaning we were talking about with the last guest, and now you have this. Well, I guess that is true that rocks don't exercise their religion, so you are doing something rare. It's just false. Does that bother you?
No, you just made a claim.
Yes. So you're fine with it?
It's just a claim.
Okay.
Let me make a claim now. I can fly.
False.
Well, exactly. It's just a claim. So claims can...
God and flying are both false claims.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So your challenges now is to provide the evidence of your claim to substantiate.
Oh, sure. Yeah. So you said you're a Christian. So the God that you believe in is all powerful and all good. And of course, we have the easy, like just the frickin' cakewalk of atheism is the problem of unnecessary suffering. You don't have a good answer for it, but I would love to hear you flounder a bit about it.
I know you've been to university and I'm the fool, you're the wise guy.
I dropped out of middle school. Do you want me to explain the problem of suffering, though? I can do that.
Well, then you are a fool like me. So I'm asking you again. The challenge is for you to provide the evidence of your claim. You haven't done so yet.
No. I thought you knew the problem of suffering, but I'll explain it to you. It's all good.
Yeah, hurry up. You're taking long.
No, I want to go slower. That was rude.
Well,
you said let's have a cordial conversation, and now you're rushing me. Do you want to have a debate? Because I'll go fast in a debate.
No, I'm saying you said remember you was cocky, right? I think you supposed to done clown me already. I think you're taking long.
You said you wanted to have a casual conversation.
Oh, you want to have a cordial conversation instead?
Do you think that you look good right now?
All right, no problem.
Like you think that this is going good?
I'm saying let's go. Cordial. No anger. No bitterness.
But fast.
Nah, we can take our time. I'm not a Russian. We don't have to rush.
You're just making me go back and forth. It's so difficult.
I'm from the Caribbean.
Let's do it at a medium pace. Did you used to listen to Adam Sandler?
You the host. I go by your policy, by your rule.
Call me a hoe.
Positive. Are you? You're a Christian. Do you believe that you should be like God?
No. You guys are trying to dodge the bullet.
No. I'm just asking you a question. Do you believe that you should be like God?
Yeah. Obviously.
So God is immutable. He's unchanging. So stop changing every 2 seconds and be consistent with Mezzo so that you can actually have a conversation.
All right.
Yeah, but I've been,
okay, well, here you go. Ready? You have can God do anything?
Can I say something?
Yes.
All right.
Honestly,
you guys went to college, right?
Please, I really want to hear you say something.
All right. You went to college, right? I'm sure you went to college.
Joel was homeschooled for college.
All right. But I'm sure you have some kind of education.
Yeah.
All right. I'm trying to tell you, you made a claim. So you need to substantiate your claim. Do I need to expound on what I mean by that? You haven't done
what do you mean
yet.
by substantiate?
to make it real, to give evidence.
Yeah, I can do that.
But that's what I'm asking you. Don't. That's the bullet.
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking you. Give your evidence.
So the God that
expose me.
Yeah, so the God that you believe in can do anything it wants, and it's also all good. And yet around us we see bad things, which means that God can't exist. It's a contradiction for it to be able to exist, and we still see suffering. So there you go. It's proven. Do you want to go over that or debate any of that?
Let me ask you a question now. What God are you talking about?
Yours. Remember we said your God, the Christian God?
That is an imaginary God to you.
That's what I'm saying.
All right. So hold on. Okay.
I get the tally for that one.
Wait. Just now. Hold on.
It's a little too easy.
You are talking about an imaginary God.
Correct.
So far.
Yes.
Right? All right.
By the way, they all are.
No problem. Hold on. Stop being condescending, right? You can just
stop being so easy to condescend.
All right. When you see you
Rise
killing
up.
the vibe, man. I gotta speak and you keep
shit, you're right. It's
my
top of the
vibe,
hour.
man.
That's
You
right,
talk-
folks. It is
1 second.
the top of the hour. It's 12:40 a.m. in the morning. And we've got Mezzo Debates live. That's right. Hanging out here on the JRB, on the BBD backup account because he got bananaed. Well, that's okay. We're still going. We're live and we're hanging out with Positive Old in the hot seat. Yeah, it's 12:40, top of the hour. Take it away, man.
Yeah, that's right. We're back. Welcome back. If you're just joining us from the break, we recently exposed this guest as being someone who believes in the Christian God, and now he's trying to get us to substantiate that claim. And the claim is pretty fair and simple. The Christian God is almost always described as all-powerful, all good, right? Now, Positive World, maybe we should have asked you, do you think that your God is all powerful?
I don't answer foolish questions.
Okay. And so we'll say yes. And then do you think that your God is all good?
If you're talking about God, it's obvious. Everything you ask.
Great.
So use your head.
So let's go on a little, I kind of want to do the boat ride, but I don't know if he'll get it. Joel, do you think he'd get the boat ride?
Take your time. Ask me anything. Just give me opportunity to ask you questions.
This is less of an ask and more of a tell.
Before I answer your next question, will you give me the same opportunity to ask you back some questions too?
Why don't you go first?
Are you sure about that now?
Well, because mine isn't a question, it's a story.
No time wasting. Okay. As far as I see, you made a claim that there is no God. So I are guaranteed by my one question, you're going to get owned. I'm just going to say one statement and you're going to see it. All right? Here. I'm going to take 1 minute to bury you. Watch it now.
Let's do it.
All right. You is an atheist or a theist. We believe in the creation story. You might believe in evolution or whatever it may be, the Big Bang or whatever, monkey, ape, right? I guaranteed that, because I know you have to have an explanation of the reason of your existence, but I'm sure, guaranteed, that your explanation is going to be more foolish than mine. You want to play that game?
No.
I don't hear you. Are you?
I don't really want. I don't know the game. You want me to play a game?
I just explained to you. You get deaf all of a sudden too.
That you want to do a thing? We do a thing where you use.
Okay, you want me to repeat myself?
I'm going to clarifying question. I have a clarifying question. Are you asking me if I want to play a game?
Yeah, I want to play.
Where we see which one is dumber.
It's a dare.
I don't do dares. I only do truths. I always pick truth.
Well, hold on a second. Positive. Just slow down, by the way. So
I thought you were going to clown me, boy.
Hey,
How
positive.
come you can't clown me yet?
Positives.
I don't have to clown
I
you.
think I'm clowning you.
Hey, you don't have to do anything to clown you. Like you're all over it. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
but you
Joel.
had cocky mouth earlier.
Positive.
You said it.
Hold on,
Positive.
Joel's talking. Go ahead, Joel.
Came up here saying you want to have a pleasant conversation, and all you've done is tried to razz us the whole time. Just
All right.
calm
Okay,
down.
I will wait till you're
Just
ready.
calm
for the
down. So
burial.
it sounds like what he wants us to do is say what we believe the origins of the universe are, and whoever has the silliest
If you're
explanation
not clear,
wins.
I can repeat myself. You sound like
But I
you
don't
didn't
know. Positive.
hear.
I don't
Okay,
know.
well, let me repeat myself.
No, I know what you're saying. I don't
Okay,
know
what I'm saying.
the origin of the universe.
Tell me exactly what I said. Since you know what I said.
You said that you think that I believe in evolution or the Big Boom.
I don't think. I never said that. You see,
You didn't
go
say
on wrong.
evolution or the
I
Big
didn't
Boom or
say
whatever
that.
you believe in?
No. Listen what I said.
I wish we
I
could play
said
it
I'm
back because
sure.
word for
Yeah, like
word
you
you
said-
said the Big Boom.
Listen, that's not
Coming from
verbatim.
monkeys or something.
Listen to me. I
You said
didn't
I
say-
believe in
listen.
creation, but you
All
guys
right.
believe in evolution or the Big Bang or
Right.
something.
And then
you
what I
said
said
that
after.
we said if we went head to head, that ours
Right.
would look sillier than yours.
Right, the explanation. And I said, do you want to play that game? And you tried
I
to
said,
run
no,
away.
I'm good. That
And I
doesn't
said,
sound fun.
well, it's a day. You said you don't take day. Well, how about I just give you simple English? When you give your explanation,
I don't
and I
have
give
one.
mine about the source of our existence, yours is going to sound more foolish than mine. And I'm not a coward.
Just go ahead. Yeah, give
No,
yours.
you go for, no, you. Well, you know my story already because you know all about the
I don't.
God.
This. So what do you want me to
listen
say?
to me.
How I think
My
that
brother,
like the
first thing I want
universe
you to do
started?
is when I'm talking, I want the viewers to hear what I'm saying. So
Oh,
I'm giving
I don't
you
think that
all
we
the
need. I don't
chance
think
to-
they want that. They're not
Okay,
going to
well,
like
you
that.
talk.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, then.
But here's what. So positive. Shut up and listen. I will play your dumb game. I will play your dumb game. So, but only if you stop like interrupting and being creepy.
No problem.
Okay, good. All right. So what is it that you want me to say? Give an explanation for?
I will tell you for the third time. I am telling you again, sir. You said you was gonna clown me, right? Remember that? You were talking about.
I thought I was going to have to. I didn't know that you would like
my
totally
goodness
cover it for me.
gracious.
but I
Every time I'm
appreciate it.
talking, you gotta talk, man. Just to finish, say what you gotta say. I'm not cutting you. You just finish. Because every time I'm talking, you want to talk. Let me
Positive.
talk. and
Just
don't
say
nothing,
the
man.
thing that you
What do you
want.
want me to
then
explain?
Don't cut
Sucks
me.
so bad.
Well, don't cut me then. Don't cut me then.
Then don't do the meta about who's clowning who and just tell me the question.
Brother man, I'm talking. If you can't handle my fire, then drop out. Drop me out. Because I'm not doing nothing wrong. I'm not cursing you.
He's trying to crash. He's trying to crash
but
out. He
that's
has nothing.
clever.
I'm literally
That's clever.
telling you, you talk, then I
If
speak.
you
say I'm
ask,
coward.
if you ask to be dropped, that's a clown move.
Yeah, because you wasting my time, bro.
I am.
That's why, bro.
You're
I'm
clowning
wasting your
yourself.
time. Not.
No,
I'm wasting your
you
time by
wasting
not
Yes,
answering the
because
question you
running.
haven't asked me
You're
yet.
trying to dodge the bullet.
I'm saying, please ask the question. Fire the bullet.
All right,
What's the
and
question?
I'm saying, please, you gotta be silent while I'm asking. Don't deflect. Don't
You're not
cut
asking
me.
yet.
All right, let me ask
I don't have to
now.
be silent until
I
you
am
ask.
telling you. Okay, no problem. It's not a question, by the way. It's a statement.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, I'll answer
It's
statement.
a
Go.
statement. All right? Here's my statement here, my big bold statement. You said that you're gonna clown me. I'm showing you. Let's see. So I said now, you are atheist, which is don't believe in the existence of a God. I am a theist. I believe in some concept of a God, right?
Agreed.
I am telling you, you see, you want to cut me again.
You
Go
said
ahead.
you said right, and that was a question, and I said agreed. I answered your question. Keep going.
I thought, well, I don't know. Maybe the accent. Just let me speak, man. Don't even say right. Just let
If
me
you say
everything.
right with a question mark, I'm going to respond.
It's a hypothetical.
Okay, then don't say it. Ask
Right.
what's the real question you're trying to get to that's taking
Well,
an
I'm
hour.
getting to it. If you just have a little patience, brother.
You're just
It's not a
repeating. You already
question.
said
I'm
this.
telling
What's
you
the
again.
question?
I am telling you, sir. I don't know where your ears is. It's not a question. What's wrong with you? I said it's a statement, boy.
Honestly,
What's the
hold
statement?
on a second. Hold on
But
a second.
listen,
hold,
that's what
hold
I'm
on.
trying to
Hold
tell-
on a second.
Oh, hold on a second. Positive world. He has it. Joel has it.
Mezzo, like getting this guy to give his statement is going to be like trying to reel it.
Yeah, because
a
you running,
giant
because you want
fish
people to
or
say
some
what you
sort
want
of
me
a
to say.
white whale.
I'm sensing that. Like I can tell. It's like
Yeah.
I
Imagine
feel
I
like
can't see
I
what
feel
maybe
like
we should write it
maybe-
down.
or we could try that. Or I think because we're not going to get a word in edgewise unless we just bulldoze this, maybe we should explain sort of like a concept of what we think maybe the universe could have like started with.
Sure. Well, I want to point out real quick first that Positive Wold never spelled his name right or had a response to the problem of suffering. He pivoted
What's
to
my
this.
name? What's my name?
I don't know. It just says live on your thing. Like, should I say live?
But I didn't spell my name right. What are you talking about?
Wold?
That's my name, you dumb assumption idiot. My name is not Wold. My name is
Dumb assumption idiot.
Wold. So
your name is
when you
Wold?
assume, you make an ass out of you and me. ASSUME.
Well,
Okay?
if you're going to make
My
that
name is
assumption,
Wold.
then you're just making an ass out of
That
umption.
means son.
You know
That
what? We're
means
not.
son.
We're not. Mezzo and I
Don't
are so
take your
similar
embarrassment.
because
You
we
thought my
both
name was
thought
Wold.
How do you spell- how do you
my
spell it?
name.
We thought you misspelled world. We both had the same idea.
That's what I told you. Don't assume.
It's a funny word.
You assume like a jackass. That's what you did.
All
My
right,
name
so-
is
Make
not
a
Wold.
jack out of ass and me.
Yeah. Because you
So here's the statement, I think.
ASSUME. Assume me. You assume.
Oh,
That's
you
what
did spell that correct. Yeah. Ask
That's what I'm telling
you.
you.
Me, no, actually, you is YOU.
And if you don't want to be a jackass, you can just be
Assume.
Maybe his
Assume.
name is like he's like so positive that he's Wold. Like if somebody was like, "You're not Wold," and he's like, "I'm positive. I'm
Positively
Wold."
Yeah.
You know, he
yeah.
has
Try
to
to
confirm
run away
that.
from the knuckle punch. The bullet is
So
coming.
I think that the statement in the end is that a God that's all good can't exist and all powerful can't exist in light of the suffering we see around the world. That's my statement. And then, did you want to move to how evolution's silly? Because I can do that.
Look how you trying to run, man. I'm Mike Tyson, man.
You are
Mike Tyson is not fast. I can run way faster than Mike Tyson. You'll never catch me. You'll never fucking catch me.
Positive. What's happening right now is you're
300 people looking at you
think
running
you're-
right now.
Hold on, Positive. You think you're in a race and you think you're running, but really you're just like panting down a sidewalk. And
Yeah,
Mezzo
because I
is
can't even say a
like
statement.
lightly jogging beside you, going, "Which way do you want to go,
I can't even
bud?
say one thing.
Which way do you want to go right now, bud?"
But I can't even say one word. 300 people is witnessing, bro. That's why I'm not
Positive.
fighting
Whenever you say
Everybody
a
is
word,
looking.
it's always just
Why
saying
can't
that
I
you
just
can't say a
have 1
word.
minute?
You're so
Just say-
boring.
That's
Why
a good
can I
point.
have
Okay,
1 minute
Positive.
to say
Here's what
one
we'll
thing?
do. I'm going to give you time to say one thing, but you can't do any meta commentary. You can't say, "You guys won't let me talk. You're dodging the bullet." All this stuff you can't do. You have to just say the one statement that you've been trying to say. Do you agree to those terms?
I'm so girly
Okay.
too, but
And go.
the statement was, I'm a theist. You don't know what
He
that
almost
is.
fucked up.
You were atheist. Why? Okay, my problem is this. Why you can't just give me 1 minute? Is that a big? You know how long I could have just
This
said
is the
something in
meta.
1 minute?
This is the meta.
All right.
Do your
all right.
do your statement.
All right, 20 seconds going, right? Don't cut me, right? I'm counting. I'm a theist, you were atheist, right? I made it, you were talking bossy at first, so I'm telling you this now. My claim is that if you give an explanation of your existence, and I give you my existence, my story, out of both of us, you're gonna sound like the fool. And I ask you, you want to play that game? And so far, you've been running up Mount Everest.
I want to play the
Because you
game
know
now.
All right. So then give me your story. You don't know my story because you know about the Christian God very well. All right. So I don't need to tell you how God created the earth and he make man from the dust.
Yes, you do. I don't
All
know
right.
that
Well, let
story.
me tell you then. All right. Let me tell you very fast since I have the mic. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was how? By his power and his might.
That's not how. That's with what? How did he do it?
How we do it? He do it. The Bible didn't give details. He did it
So you
by...
don't know? Are we allowed to say I don't know in these explanations?
Am I not answering you, sir? Don't try to clown me. I said the Bible did not give any details.
So you're not giving an explanation?
But
this was your game. You said we were going to give explanations. Now you don't have one?
What's the point of this game? The point
to give the explanations of how the universe started.
You have to give yours. I
will. You said you wanted to go first,
so let me give mine. What's wrong with you?
Because you don't have one. You're saying the Bible doesn't tell us.
No, I don't have one. Are you right in your mind, sir? Are you on drugs or what?
All right, let's do it.
I have to tell you my story, then you tell your story, then see who won't sound more foolish.
I get you. Oh man, I don't know
exactly
how to,
like you on drugs or something, Jed. This is my story. This is not yours.
Okay,
There's
we'll try
no
it like this.
question here. I'm telling you my story. What's wrong?
Positive, positive. You're yelling
Positive
at me.
again. All right, go ahead. Stop me again.
You're yelling at me.
All
Calm
right,
down.
sorry, sir.
So,
well, think, no? Think. Okay, just think. I'm telling you my story.
So I'm going to write down your story.
Rocket science.
Shut up. I'm going to write down your... Shut up. Stop talking. I'm going to write down your story. In fact, I'll draw it out.
Yeah,
so that we can have a perfect... Shut up. So that we can have this like up here. And then if I have questions about any part of it, we're going to say, what does this mean? What do you mean by this? Is that okay?
Sir, but
okay.
I will have
so
to
what was first?
Hold on.
Yeah, I'll do the same thing. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
As long as I can do you the same, no problem.
Yeah, you can get your whiteboard out. We'll do the same thing. Okay. So
I don't need a whiteboard. I have a white mind. Don't worry. Don't worry. You need the paper.
You have a white mind?
The mind came before the book. Always remember
he is
that.
a white whale.
The mind where the book came from.
Okay. So right. Well, good. So far, this is white. It's blank. This is your mind so far. We have this like perfectly blank mind of yours. So let's fill it in with some stuff. What was first?
Now you want to ask me question now. I thought I had to tell you my story, Jed.
Go. Yeah. What do you want me to start with?
Don't rush me. I'm not a Russian. I was supposed to tell you my story. Why you have pen and paper? What's wrong with you?
I don't think you have anything.
You going bambazoli. That's what's going on with you.
Positive. You're doing the meta commentary again.
Yeah, because you tripping. I'm supposed to tell you my story.
Yes,
and you're supposed
go.
to just listen.
Tell it.
All right. Exactly. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was void. The Bible didn't give...
Slow down. I got to draw all this. So we have God. Hair? Sure. Okay. And he created the heavens and the earth.
Right, draw that. That's not the heavens.
I'm doing earth first.
Yeah, that's not the earth.
What? Oh,
that's not the heavens.
You a flat earther?
That's your perception. I never told you that.
Are you a flat earther?
That's my story. Listen to me. This is my story, so I'm telling you that's not heaven. So try again.
I haven't drawn heaven yet, but
okay. Go ahead.
I was going to do earth first. No, you're right. You're right. You know what? You said the heavens and then the earth. Okay.
You now realize you embarrassing yourself, right? Go ahead. Draw heaven. Go ahead.
Do you think you're speaking clearly to me?
I'm telling you, draw heaven. That's what I'm telling you. Clearly.
How do you like clouds?
That's the sky.
Yeah, but it's like symbolic of heaven.
That's not heaven.
What does heaven look like? I don't want
symbolic. Since you want to tell my story, go ahead, draw heaven. Embarrass yourself.
Oh, well, yeah, we'll do the cloud. Then the cloud symbolizes heaven. And then are you a flat earther?
Yeah, but that's not heaven. Though.
Okay, I can do earth as flat.
I'm trying to tell you that's not heaven. So you can draw all the clouds you want. That's the sky.
Yeah.
That's the firmament.
But then, so you have earth flat. I'll kind of
continue the story. Yeah, you telling my story now. Imagine that. I'm supposed to tell you my story. You have the pen and
positive.
the whiteboard. Positive.
Positive. You could like contribute, but
you try to song me, dude.
Please pitch in,
and you can't. That's what you're trying to do.
So then there's like land.
Yeah. Draw heaven. Let me see you draw heaven and draw the.
So we have the clouds for heaven, and then we have the flat.
And draw God's throne too.
This is God here, yeah.
And draw his throne. You gotta draw his
I have a question. How did he make heaven?
No. I want you to draw the heaven correctly. So you need to put God's throne. Since you wanna clown me, I will give you work. Go ahead.
Okay. No problem. Here's this chair.
You clowned me really good. Yeah, draw the angels too, the seraphim. There are 9 ranks of angels. Dominion.
Is that part of the creation story?
Positive. Are you ever going to get to how he created?
Yeah, but you want to draw a diagram.
Oh, wait a minute. I see what you're doing. I see what this move is. I see what you're doing. You're avoiding. You're dodging the bullet.
Because I don't see.
You're dodging the bullet.
Yeah, because you can't
clown me. He's been dodging the bullet the whole time.
You can't clown me.
This guy is clowning. He's trying to clown us.
You realize you can't clown me?
I think I know what it is.
Clowning us, but he's dodging.
You just realize you can't clown me?
Did God create you?
No, keep the whiteboard up.
Did God create you?
I thought I had to tell my story. Why you don't want me to tell my story?
Did he create you or not?
Yeah, but why I can't tell my story in peace?
Because I want to draw you
because
in
you're
this
trying
too.
to clown me. Dude.
Right, so here's you.
Yeah, go ahead. Draw me now. And draw the age.
What do you look like? Do you have glasses?
Yeah, I have glasses like you, yeah.
Okay.
And don't forget to draw the cherubim and the seraphim too.
Sure.
In heaven. And
then,
Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, and you got to explain where Cain got his wife also too. All that you got to, because you telling my story.
Oh my God.
You are the atheist, but you telling the Christian story. How unbelievable. That's how desperate you guys are. Yeah, all of a sudden you more religious than me. You know all about God now. But I thought you was atheist. How come you know so much about God? And you say you're going to clown me.
So here's you.
Yeah, let me see what I look like. Oh, no, that's look perfectly like me, man. Just the nose could have been a little bigger. And flatter.
This is you as a clown.
Nose, you know?
And
make it more flat. Because I don't have Pinocchio nose like
the earth is the
people.
flat part, as you can see.
Yeah,
so you have the heaven, this like kind of bushy heaven.
I'm telling you, my nose
Maybe
is more flat.
I should have
Your
drawn
nose
God's
look
legs.
like Pinocchio, not mine. Mine have flat nose.
T-Blaze, are you a Christian and do you mean to be?
Yeah. Put flat nose, not put.
Did you say you're a Christian, T-Blaze?
And put woolly hair. Don't put dog hair like you either. Put woolly hair.
T-Blaze, are you a Christian?
Yeah, don't put dog hair. Don't put animal hair. Put woolly hair. I have woolly hair. Right, nice. I wasn't seeing right. Because Caucasian people have hair looking like dog. You know? So go ahead.
Don't get racist.
But that's a fact. What race you talking about? Look at the dog hair and look at your hair. It's exactly alike, man. What you talking about race?
You're not allowed. This is Joel's live. This is technically Joel's channel. He doesn't like that kind of stuff. All right, we can move on from him.
Yeah, you was gonna clone me.
Yeah, I don't think there's like I was trying to bring someone else.
I don't care.
But there is no one there. That's like eventually it's just like, come on, man.
It's just too annoying to listen to.
Yeah, it's fun to like goof off a little bit, but like don't. And we, I was warned. Mary warned me. Mary was like, not with this guy.
No, it's fun. It's silly. Like, it's another one of those things, though. Like, it is funny to joke and laugh and make fun of people who have like terrible ideas and are insufferable. But like, he was intentionally dodging away. Like, as soon as the problem of suffering came up, he was like, let's talk about something else. Like how creation happened. Okay, how did it happen? I don't know. It's not in the Bible. Let's talk about my story. Like, and just meta. He had nothing to offer.
Yeah. It's just annoying.
Yeah.
It's just annoying.
I wonder that's another one of those ones where you wonder if like religion swirled his mind up to lead him to like end up that way, or if it was that he was like pre-swirlied and then was like, this is perfect. This is perfect.
He thinks he's smart and he thinks he's got the answers, but he's just like avoiding, like you say, which is weird. It's weird to believe both things.
Joel, how you doing? Are you tired? Because we can, when you get tired and you got to end, let me know. We can maybe do one more hour.
Yeah, sure. Let's do one more hour.
All right, everyone. Well, thank you for being here. And my apologies again for the jumping around live to live a little bit earlier. Let's get an update on my appeal. Let's see if I have an appeal coming through yet for the trouble. I got grounded. Activity. No update. Also, no new followers. What are you guys doing? Like, we're here doing this live right now. Like, what are you doing?
Hello. Follow.
Oh, hey, let's check if my YouTube went over the top here. Remember I was saying my YouTube
was close
almost
to
1,000?
1,000.
Yeah, this could be fun. I think maybe I have a link in bio to I might not even have one. There's people watching me on YouTube.
Yeah,
if you guys are already there.
We don't have anything on the BBDs, I don't think.
967. I'm still like 40 away. That's probably going to be hard to hit tonight. Anna, welcome in. How old are you? What's your religion? Anna? accidental request, maybe.
Anna Vaseline, are you there?
That's not her name, is it?
I don't know. Oh, it's Vasilise.
I love it. I love that name, Anna Vaseline. Oh, there was something I want to talk to you about, Joel. Mm-hmm. And I think we may have chatted with this a little bit. Okay, we talked about all Cabbage World. The thing about consciousness, Anna's back, or is she still here?
Anna's just left the app. Probably
she might just be
trying to run away.
Screen. Yeah. By the way, guys, don't tap the screen. I'm not Joel. It's gonna mess things. You're gonna request. Don't just skip it.
It's dangerous.
It's risky. All right. So here's the thing about consciousness that comes up, because a lot of times people come up and say, yeah, but what about consciousness? What's going on with that? Surely there's something outside of our minds that is connected to us in some way and helping control what our bodies do and those kinds of things. Yeah, lovely. I did get in a little trouble. So here's my question then. If there is some sort of a soul or exterior to our brain consciousness that exists outside of our body that we're, somehow tethered to, and then we learn something, right? I learned that my wife will say hey, we're out of dog food. Okay, so now my brain hears that, it experiences that information, and it processes it. And now I have this knowledge that we don't have dog food because I trust my wife. Maybe I go check. I'm that. She's fucking lying. Surely we have dog. No, she was right. Okay. Now I know for sure. I have justified true belief, right? I have knowledge at this point in my brain. And at the same time, this exterior soul mind also now has this knowledge. It also gets it from my brain somehow, because I'm the one experiencing it. My brain processes it, and then some tether is tapped in. It's ooh, and now my mind knows this, right? Now I forget. Yeah. I'm at the store and I forget, right? I buy all the lubricants, I buy all the toys, I buy all the magazines, I buy all the stuff I just normally my regular shopping list stuff. And I forgot to get the dog food. I got the collar because that's part of the normal. That's from the other section.
Right, that's for the other stuff, yeah.
But not, and the leash, but no dog food.
And the mangoes, because aphrodisiac.
Mangoes?
But no, yeah, mangoes, yeah, for sure.
Really?
But no, yeah, 100%.
Because when the way you eat it is doing performing oral.
Yeah, it's juicy, and you're basically performing oral, yeah. On the mango. And so, are you a Christian?
Yes, I am, but I don't think your prompt talks about Christianity, so I'd like to just talk about God.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's Jesus in the picture, but real quick before we get to the conversation about oral mangoes, the weird thing I just want to say about consciousness is so if my brain forgets something, does my external consciousness forget? Isn't that a weird thing for this supreme version of something, this other entity that just floats in nothingness and exists as a something else in a different realm and is forgot dog food? Doesn't that feel dumb now? When you attribute it to a brain, it's there's flaws. There's going to be errors. It's just this lump of stuff that doesn't work perfectly. And it's it was thinking about the mangoes, it got distracted for sure. But does the soul get distracted and forget dog food? That's so dumb, right? It just makes it seem so obviously silly and physical. But yes, and so welcome in. We are talking about the Christian God. I used to be a Christian. But I don't think any of them exist. Do you think it's the Christian God or someone else?
I believe that I do put my faith in a Christian God, yes, in Jesus. Yeah. But I'm kind of odd where I might think I kind of believe in other gods' existence too. I just call them false gods. But
what do you mean? There's other beings that have superpowers?
Yeah.
What?
Not superpowers. I wouldn't say that, but spiritual entities.
Jesus could walk on water. That's a thing we can't do. It's supernatural. It's a power. I'm not trying to
but I
ridicule
believe
it, but
Jesus
that's
is
what
the
it's
only one
called.
who manifested as a human. So
Of all the gods?
I think so, yeah.
Didn't
I'd
Satan,
like to
or does Satan
focus on
not
the
count as a
prompt.
god?
I came up here to talk about your prompt.
Sure, go ahead.
So I think the strongest arguments for God existence is, for instance, the fine tuning argument and the origins of the universe needing a cause.
Okay, what are those?
What?
Those arguments?
So the fine tuning argument being that if anything was slightly different, if the laws of physics were slightly different, if the Earth was a mile away further than it is, if gravity was slightly stronger than it is, further from the sun. If gravity
that's just not true.
I've heard that argument from scientists.
That if the Earth was a mile away from the sun, that we would freeze or something.
Well,
is that what you're saying, or what would happen?
Yeah. And if gravity was slightly stronger,
yeah, we can talk about those. But just because the sun one is the easiest, I just want to rule that out so you don't bring it up again, because you sound smart, and this is a really bad point. So I just want to let you know that for future.
Okay, so let's say if the Earth was 1% further away from the sun.
Yeah, just the fact is that the habitable zone of our solar system is much wider than miles, right? It's millions and millions and millions of miles where we would be able to survive. In fact, it does move. It does move within 1 million miles as it orbits the sun. We're in an ellipse. We go in and out by 1 million miles. Yeah. Right. So it's we have a little bit of wiggle room because light just moves through space, right? So it's depleting a little bit as it goes, but we could go quite a bit farther and still be okay, or closer and still be okay. It has to do more with our atmosphere, right? The way that our atmosphere collects heat is a little bit more delicate, but we're doing okay. Yeah. Just letting you just okay. For that particular thing. Yeah.
I'll throw that one out because I'd have to research that further, but there's so many other things that are so finely tuned that it kind of insinuates that there was a mind behind designing it,
Can I ask a quick one?
Yeah.
Do you mind? So Enzo, is it finely tuned if when I go out in the sun, I could get skin cancer?
It was tuned that way.
Is that a fine-tuned thing? Because that seems like there's some chaos there. There's something that goes wrong, goes awry. There's something bad about that I feel like it
was tuned to be bad.
Bad? Is that what you're meaning, Enzo?
Obviously, the universe isn't perfect for us. Most of the places in the universe, we would die.
Right.
In fact, almost anywhere other than Earth, we would die on. We're just barely surviving here. In fact, we die here. So it's not tuned for us. If we were like nebulae, I would be like, fuck, the universe is so finely tuned for us. It is perfect for us. We are everywhere. Stars we're everywhere. This is so great for us. But for humans, it's for sure not made for us.
I don't see why you say that.
Right. So there's a star can be pretty much anywhere in the universe, right? There's a few spots by a black hole that it can't go, or nebula, they're fine with black holes really. But for humans, if you go 60 miles up, you die. If you go 2 miles down, you die. Probably less than that.
I feel like life is a miracle that we even exist.
I know that you feel that, but what I'm saying is that it's not. It doesn't seem like it is. It seems like maybe it has kind of low odds. Oh, so if we find life somewhere else, will you not think it's that impressive anymore?
No, but I'm just saying that
that doesn't.
It is you're saying it's very rare for life to exist.
In our solar system, it seems pretty rare, yeah.
Right, and some people would explain that as a miracle.
There's a video on my page, just to plug myself, but it's exactly about this. It's the number one pinned thing on my profile, which isn't Joel Reed's Bible. I'm Mezzo, but it's about odds and things that seem almost impossible, because it's like, how could it be the case that this like perfect arrangement of things happened? The odds are so low, right? And what I did in the video is I flipped a penny heads 11 times in a row. If you look that up, it is very difficult to do, right? But I did it a special way where I actually, like for real, did flip a penny 11 times in a row. But the way I did it was I used like 340 pennies. And I flipped them all at once, and then I separated the heads and tails. So I basically did natural selection, right? Which happens on the planets too. Like I'll get back to your thing. I remove all the tails, I take all the ones that got heads, and I did it again. Okay. And so then they all get another flip. And eventually it narrowed down till I had 2 left that both got heads. And then the last one just got 1 tails and 1 head. And then the last one, the 12th, got tails again. So I got 11 tails in a row.
I would argue that our universe and our life existing is like getting heads 1 billion times in a row, though.
Absolutely. Absolutely it is. Not really. Like, I'll explain to you why it's not, but it feels like it is. And the case is that there's more than 1 billion planets by an order of trillions, trillions times more, like, right? So sure. Yeah, sometimes it seems rare, but when you actually do the math, it's kind of not. Given a couple of billion years, maybe 13, and given like trillions of planets, it's going to hit. In fact, probably a bunch of times. We're probably going to find more, right? Now, just so you know, too, the thing about life is that it seems really hard, but as we explore the cosmos, we're finding that it is, all the ingredients are abundant. The stuff that makes us life is proteins, lipids, and nucleic acids. Those are like the 3 things that all life has in common. Like once you get those things together in the right temperature, maybe like you need some liquid. It doesn't have to be water, but you need some liquid just so they can stir around. It could probably happen in a like atmosphere with the proper gravity, so they could like float around in the vapors as well too. But what we're finding is that this shit is everywhere, right? Like comets that we've now gone to, this is like new. Like just in this last year, we got like comet samples back from, was it from Bennu? Yeah, I think we got Bennu back. And Comet Bennu had proteins on it, right? It wasn't alive, but it was the protein stuff, right?
Right, so how does something that's not alive become alive?
That's what I'm saying. So you have the protein, you have the lipids, and you have the nucleic acids that all exist naturally. Those come about naturally. Those are like chemical things. When you mix those together under the right circumstances, life can arise. This is the leading theory, right? Like,
shouldn't we be able to create life in a laboratory if that's true then?
Yeah, but the laboratory isn't the right conditions, right? So we're working on it, we're doing it, and we're getting closer and closer to having this happen. Like they're trying this actively, and it's like it's on its way. And if that happens at some point, it's going to be groundbreaking for sure. It's going to be like, fuck, they did it, right? But we don't know the exact down to the like millimeter circumstances that it happened, right? So when it happened, 4.5 billion years ago, we're going, hey, maybe it was kind of like this, and we're giving some shots out and we're trying some things out. But when they, if it starts to happen, fuck, that's going to kind of ruin this whole thing.
To your point, these are the smartest people on Earth trying to figure out how to create life, and you think that it happened by chance.
No, I don't think I was like, chance is a weird way to put it. That makes it seem
that's what we were talking about with the pennies. That's chance, right?
I think it's a weird way. Like it makes it seem like someone was rolling dice and seeing what would happen. I think it happened via natural processes.
Hi, Mezzo. Hi, Joel.
Hi, Venus.
Hi. So, Enzo, I'm currently doing genetic engineering at my uni degree, and we haven't done anything that pertains to abiogenesis, but when it comes to the synthesis of proteins, which is essentially how life began, we've demonstrated a lot of major steps. Of course, there's minor details like, how the evolution of ATP synthesis or metabolism and such, rose up. But the main point is we have all the ingredients. The recipe is just, there's so many different ways that life could have come from that we can't pin it down. But when it comes to protein synthesis, getting from monomers to polymers, getting to the point of RNA to DNA, we've pretty much demonstrated that. And if you look up JCVI, Sin 3, you'll see that we've synthesized our own proteins. We haven't made it from scratch, from its raw materials, but we've coded our own, species, not species, I would say, our own organism, essentially.
So
right. So you're making my point, though. Like, you're a smart woman. You're working with the smartest people in the universe.
I'm making your point.
And you guys still aren't able to figure out how it came about. And you're saying there's so many ways it could have, but we haven't found.
We're saying there's so many ways that it could have come about, and that we're like running all these theories. Look, if we find out that none of these ways that we're testing work at all, even though they're all like funneling down to working, right? That we're seeing everything like happen in real time, like as like these advancements in technology move on, that we're able to like test these in new ways. If it never ever works, then we have a gap in our knowledge, right? We don't know how this came to be. So I obviously, like, we have a God of the gaps issue where you're just like filling in God there, where we don't need to do that. What we're seeing is before we knew about like proteins and lipids and shit like that, it was all God. And then now that we like find the things that make life, the part that God did gets smaller and smaller each time, right? And so as people like Venus fill in more information to the explanation, then the God answer gets smaller and smaller, and weaker and weaker.
There's still so much we don't know. Like, sure, we know.
Then say we don't know, but like what you're saying is we don't know, therefore I know it was God.
Well, I've studied like a lot of different theories, and like with quantum physics, even the father of quantum physics, Max Planck, believes in a mind behind the universe. So it's not like I'm alone. And there's plenty of scientists that do believe
no one's
in
saying that you're the only Christian in the world.
Even
like,
Einstein,
why are you bringing this up?
The more Einstein studied the worlds, the more he believed in God. He died a deist.
Okay.
So you're using the God of the gaps to make it sound like it's a lack of science that makes someone believe in God, but sometimes it's the exact opposite. The more scientists study the universe,
get Einstein up here. I would debate him on this for sure. On God, yeah, I wouldn't debate him on like why the speed of light is what it is. He'd be right on that. But on God, it'd be an interesting debate. Yeah, for sure. I don't think he was really a deist. He was a pantheist, but that's a little bit different.
I mean, I wouldn't even call it God either, Mezzo. He believes in a first cause. But these people, they like to sew in the idea of God into other people's theories. He believed in Spinoza's God. So a first
deist,
cause.
That's what I said. A deist is a
pantheist. He was a pantheist,
it's a first
not a deist.
cause, not even a God necessarily.
Spinoza wasn't like a deist in the same way that like our founding fathers were, or something like that.
Well, I don't know why Google would have a Christian leaning or whatever you say I'm trying to do, but that's just what what I read says.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Was Einstein a deist? Yes, Einstein's beliefs are widely interpreted as deistic, particularly after his middle years. He believed in a God who reveals himself in the orderly harmonies of what exists. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, so he said he believed in Spinoza's God, right?
Sure, yeah, that's what it says, yep.
Yeah, which some people
emphasizing the orderly and
Spinoza didn't use the word deism. He was either deist or pantheist, or panentheist. So yeah, I guess, it's unclear what we are. Or maybe he was atheist, yeah.
But he believed in a God, right?
But Enzo, it's really a weird appeal to authority in a strange way. It's like Einstein at the time thought that maybe there was a first cause, and we don't know exactly what he meant by that. But it doesn't mean he's right just because he got other things right.
It's not an appeal to authority because he's the God of the gaps, which is saying that the more we study science, the less God exists in our universe or whatever. And I'm just pointing out that there are scientists.
God is used for less explanations, is what I said.
Sure, but there's always going to be unexplained things in our universe. So,
and you're just going to keep putting God in there?
Is that your
plan?
What if God is there? What if eventually,
then
1,000 years down the road,
let's demonstrate that
God is there?
If that's the case, and there's a God theory that we can use as an explanation, and it has explanatory power, let's do that. Let's look into that. But it's not an explanation. You're squeezing a bigger riddle into a mystery. So it's like, okay, we don't know how the universe came to be. So let's like put God there as a placeholder. And God is this like telepathic being that can read our mind and likes us and wants us to do good in the universe? What the fuck? This is a bigger riddle. You haven't like added an explanation. You've added more questions.
The fact is, like, science wouldn't probably exist in its way the way it does now without God. The whole reason
that's so cool.
Scientists started just
that's
exploring.
That's kind of a weird sort of fun pivot. But this is
let me finish my point.
Yeah, we all know the point. We all know the point. The thing is, Enzo, this is like just dawned on me here. Like, so right now we have gaps. We still have some gaps left over, and we used to have gaps that we've now filled in with our knowledge. The problem with all of this is that there's people that believe like you do who aren't even letting science fill in those gaps, right? Like we have understanding about evolution, and there's people who believe like you do that won't accept that science. They're slowing it down.
I accept evolution. So
you do, but I'm saying that you understand that, like, even when we start filling in the gaps, because people have dogmatic beliefs like you do.
You're talking about fundamentalists, but
the thing is this, we'll keep moving like into the realms of knowledge with science, and we're going to like get to the point where we go, okay, this is how life began. We know that. Are you going to come with us, or is that the one that you're going to be fundamentalist about? You know, like,
no, I believe in evolution, but I believe there was a mind behind it that
do you think
orchestrated.
Wait, so you think we're fine-tuned via evolution?
Yes, I mean evolution is order coming out of chaos, isn't it?
Are you sure that we're the like final thing? Like in a million years from now, it's not going to be humans, right? So we're going to like slowly evolve into some other species. Do you think that we just might be part of the fine-tuning for the future thing that's going to be better than us?
I don't think so. I'm not nothing I've thought about before. I don't think I would.
Like, isn't that like every time that we like a human tries to center themselves in any natural process, we always end up with our pants around our ankles. You know what I mean? Like we're like, oh, we're clearly the center of the universe, like no doubt about that. And then, or like the sun goes around us, and then we realize later, no, it doesn't. It wasn't really centered us, but for sure we're in the middle of the galaxy, right? And then later you find out, like, no, it's not us. And now you're thinking like all steps of evolution led up to this human moment. It's going to keep going. We're going to be something else later. Like we're not the final most important thing ever. It never ends up being about us, right? So if fine-tuning with evolution is true, we just might be part of that. God is just like, yeah, that's why I'm not really helping. Like, I need disease and death because I have to, like, I need them to die off in order to evolve to make this future species that's going to kick ass. They're going to be great. Kind of like a weird stance to take, but could be.
Mezzo has this cool background that says, do bonobos go to heaven? And I don't know if you believe if the animals go to heaven or not, but if you don't, like, at what point did we cross over to like Homo sapiens, and then we suddenly had souls that, you know, we needed to, accept some sort of deity or God in order to get to heaven?
Are there going to be Homo habilis in hell and heaven too?
Yeah, where's that
They're going to be Neanderthals in hell.
Yeah,
they would go to heaven. They were better than us.
Like everyone prior to what Homo sapiens was just like living to die and suffering to die just to usher in the perfect, fine-tuned Homo sapien.
Thank you for your
species,
service.
Or like what's the plan there, Enzo? What do you think God's doing?
Yeah,
the brilliant mind behind everything.
It's like asking. Yeah, I mean, I don't see what's the problem with that. It's just like with Thomas Jefferson, he created 1,000 light bulbs until he made one. Like,
but like you're saying that like there was a pre-Homo sapiens woman who had a baby, and she had the first Homo sapiens baby, and that baby now had a soul.
I believe all animals have souls, so I don't.
Okay, so you believe all animals go to heaven or hell?
Like worms too?
Yeah.
Interesting.
An animating force? Sure, why not?
Wait, do some of them go to hell?
No. I don't know, maybe. Who knows?
Like, do they sin?
So like there's more bugs in heaven than hell?
These are kind of ridiculous questions.
It's kind of a ridiculous religion. That's the point. Like that we're trying to make is like when, and this is what I'm saying. So like you filled in this God of gaps with this explanation, and the explanation is so.
You're attacking a straw man right now. Like you're not attacking.
We're asking you the questions, and you're saying it's weird.
Well, they're ridiculous questions. Like I don't know the answers to if worms go to heaven or hell.
Okay, so you believe in heaven?
You have a belief about it.
I'm kind of a universalist. I think basically all humans go to heaven.
Okay, humans. Okay, we got, but you don't mean that. You mean humans and what?
And there will be animals too. Yep.
There will be animals in heaven as well, but not all animals, or all animals. All creation will be in heaven.
Yeah. Who knows? Yeah.
Why are we here? What's the like point of coming down here? Why not just be everything is in heaven?
So that we could exist, so that we could get a body.
We don't exist in heaven?
Not with a body.
What's the value of a body? Just so we can like stub our toes?
No, it gives us the power to create, and
you can't make stuff in heaven?
The Bible says we're going to have a new body, right? So we definitely will have bodies.
He doesn't believe the Bible, though.
Oh, right. Good point.
But
he's off book, off script a little bit here.
Enzo, do you think that everything is fine-tuned or just us?
I mean, I think that the universe is fine-tuned so that we can exist.
It's fine-tuned or just us? That's all I want to know.
The earth, I suppose, for us to exist.
So the dodo bird wasn't fine-tuned?
What do you mean?
That was just kind of that one was just an accident. Is that what you mean, Venus? Is that kind of what you're saying? Is like all the creatures?
I'm wondering if everything is fine-tuned or if it's just us. And he's not answering. He's just saying, oh, kinda the universe, but the earth and the whole universe at the same time. Is everything fine-tuned or is it not fine-tuned?
Venus, I just said it. Listen, don't be like...
Enzo, you're yelling, dude. Shut up.
He's saying that I'm not answering. I'll repeat what I just said. The earth is fine-tuned for us. So that
Do you think everything is fine-tuned or just the earth?
The earth is here.
So Jupiter's not?
Dude, I don't know. I believe the universe exists so that we can see like the power of God, you know, like we can see how expansive his power is, you know.
Yeah. And so
but it's not finely tuned for us to live there, if that's what you're asking.
So the earth is finely tuned for us to live here, except we have natural disasters that kill people. Are those natural disasters a result of some sort of fall or sin entering the world? Do you believe that doctrine?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm not even going to worry about how that happened with the first Homo sapiens or whatever.
Yeah, those natural disasters are like often the cause of evolution. So like the comet that killed the dinosaurs, that paved the way for humans, right? Was that part of the fine tuning? God was like, we can't have dinosaurs with these humans. Do that. But like, that's a natural disaster that God did to kill. Is that what you mean?
Believes in dinosaurs?
I think so.
You're so disrespectful, Venus. I don't know why.
I'm genuinely
we're
curious.
all disrespectful. She's the nicest one here.
We're used to fundamentalists.
Were there dinosaurs there?
I mean, Enzo, you still probably believe in Eden, right? And was there a talking snake, or you don't take that literally? Or
I don't know if it's literal. I don't think the Bible is meant to be like. I don't believe the creation story is meant to be taken literally.
The thing that's weird to me is this: if there are things that are hostile to us on this planet, and they're a result of the fall, they're kind of like the finely tuned, perfect world that God created going haywire. Yet we still point to things that you would describe as finely tuned, like maybe gravity, for instance. Why isn't gravity gone haywire? Like, why hasn't the things that you'll point to for the finely tuned argument all fucked up because of the fall?
Joel, can you stop like being so disrespectful to him, though?
My argument with the finely tuned argument is the fact that something that we exist, that something exists instead of nothing.
Yeah, but we have other arguments. Like have other ideas for that. We don't need the God character.
Well, what do you guys believe existed before the Big Bang?
Yeah, probably other versions of different universes. In fact, like the recent evidence is showing that Big Crunch is likely. The dark energy weakens over time, which means we're going to like collapse back into a smaller point and then re-expand out. And there are some estimates saying that when each time it like goes in and out, the universe is like breathing like this, that it might have different laws. The rate of gravity might be different. The speed of light might be different. Some of these things might be different. Now, I don't know if that's true. The universe is Enzo, you're being so disrespectful to me. So disrespectful. If it's the case that the laws change every time, then you have a natural selection, right? The universes that collapse will not last as long. They'll expand and then collapse faster because the laws don't work.
So where'd the first universe come from?
I don't think there was a first universe, but I don't know. I never saw it. I don't have an opinion on it, right? I'm happy to say I don't know what happened before the Big Bang, and that's it. I don't want to say I don't know what happened, therefore I know what happened. It was God. That seems like so like dishonest to me.
And just to highlight something for you, Enzo, you're doing a God of the gaps. You know that, but in your God of the gaps, there are so many gaps. And we were just going over like we exposed like 20 gaps in this conversation that you were like, wow,
saying gap.
There's so much like gaping going on in your God. Your God is just splayed, gaping all over the place. And then you got to go, oh, you're being disrespectful. Your God is the gap, you know?
I have a whole argument called the gap of the gods. Like, yeah, like it really is just like, because then we have the same thing that the last annoying guest was saying. Not that you're annoying, but the last guest was objectively annoying. When he was like saying, yeah, God made the earth. Okay, but how? Like, we still want an explanation as how he did it. You're like, well, with power. What the fuck does that mean? Like, okay, so let's say you're right. Let's say it's God made universe. How? What's the explanation?
We don't have one.
Yeah, it adds nothing. So like we don't have one either, but you're adding a whole character to yours, right? So our explanation is like, it seems like natural processes. And then your explanation is it seems like supernatural processes. Neither of us know how, but yours has a whole character that includes like sin and heaven and hell, and maybe worms are in heaven, and God can read your thoughts, and he wants you to do some things, but not other things. And it just seems so much more confusing. Like there's an Occam's razor, you know, that you can just apply where it's like, this is complicated, right?
Well, there's a lot of, my Occam's razor is that the fact that we exist and that everything is so orderly denounces that there's a God, you know? It's more like, to me, it's more likely that there is.
I don't think that's how Occam's.
I meant to say, yeah, that's probably the wrong word. But the fact that everything exists and that we have. I'm going to drop down if she's just going to unmute to lie.
No. I'm sorry.
So,
I was
Venus,
actually going to say something.
You're sounding too womanly, and I don't think that they like that.
I'm very sorry, Enzo. I actually wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at Mezzo's face. I was even laughing at you.
Hey, wait, fuck you. That was disrespectful as hell, Venus.
Oh my God.
Now I'm on his side.
Wow.
That was rude.
Black voice is being silenced.
My face is not hilarious. Have you ever heard of there's like the philosophical razors, like there's Occam's razor and Hitchens' razor and these other razors, Enzo?
Sorry, I missed that question.
There's these other razors. You've heard of like Occam's razor?
Yeah.
And then there's Hitchens, like there's some other razors.
Yeah, Hitchens is great, claims with whatever can be just refuted without evidence.
I don't know if you've ever heard this one.
Razors? Have you heard of those ones?
The what?
The dermaplane razors?
No. Is that a real one? Have you heard of Mezzo's razor?
No.
It's kind of a lesser known one. But it kind of goes like this. If a claim is impossible, then we can probably just ignore it, right? That's the whole thing. And so if your claim comes along with God made the universe, and along with that claim is that there's a mindless or a brainless mind existing in nothingness that can read our thoughts, that seems pretty impossible to me So I kind of just gonna ignore that one. That's just like if I'm.
Well, here's someone who's smarter than me. His name is Max Planck. He's called the father of
bring him up.
Physics.
Can we get Max up here?
I'll give you a quote. So he's here in spirit. He says, all matter originates and exists only by virtue of a force which brings the particle of an atom to vibration and holds this most minute solar system of the atom together. We must assume behind this force is the existence of a conscious and intelligent mind. So he's saying that an atom.
Why do we have to assume that? Does he say why?
I'm sure he has a reason.
That's that's the most important part of it.
Yeah, real quick. You said he was smarter than you.
Right.
Who else is he smarter than? Because I don't know if that's much of a selling feature.
I'm pretty sure he's smarter than you guys too. Because quantum
he used
physics
big words.
Max Planck is a smart guy, but like, if we don't know why, then I'm not going to believe it. I'm not going to be like, he's smart, so I got to just go for it.
Well, he's studying like the most intricate part of existence, like the inside of an atom. Do you think he could
explain why then?
I'm sure he could. I'd have to research it though.
Yeah, let us know. I'd be curious as to why he thinks. Well, then, so that we have to assume that someone thought about all this. Like what? That's like so counterintuitive to me. But yeah, if he's convinced of God, that's neat.
Sorry, he also thinks that all matter comes from consciousness, which is completely absurd.
I agree with
that's the point. You're just doing an appeal to authority. He's saying like completely absurd things.
That's not absurd. That's a completely
Why is it you never talk over these men, but you always talk over me?
Because that's an easy point to refute. Because that's a.
But I'm not even done. Yo, chill out. Okay. He also thinks that everything comes from consciousness. That's not scientifically proven. Consciousness is a secondary characteristic of having a brain, of having those neural networks. Proven. Can I finish? Having neural networks.
Just do a 2v1. I don't know why.
It's just only you and Venus now. Joel and I quit. Go ahead.
No, please, no. I'm just saying that just because he's a scientist doesn't mean everything he says is right. I really don't want to speak to Enzo. He seems to have a problem when I speak. It's why he speaks over me. But he says that consciousness is fundamental, this guy that you keep quoting. And just because he's a quantum physicist, you like jerk him off with everything he says. That's not how it works. Consciousness arose when brains developed to a certain degree, not when you think that there's connections in the universe.
It's not proven. We don't know whether consciousness was first or matter.
Seen a conscious chair?
Nope.
Have you ever seen a conscious
chair.
rock? Oh, you got a new chair, Mezzo?
By the way, Max Planck was a Lutheran. That's why he believed in this stuff. He was raised a Lutheran.
I love that out of the clear blue sky, Enzo's like, that's not proven, like he cares about things that are proven. His whole thing is
she's talking like it is, though. She's saying that it's ridiculous.
Enzo is like, things exist, and I don't know how that could be. So there must be God, and God of the Bible specifically. And I'm not sure exactly how all the evolution stuff works, but like you're just like, it feels very ad hoc, if I may. And then you're making all these claims like, no, consciousness isn't in a physical mind or something like that. Is that what you said? Or everything came from some consciousness or something?
Yeah, I believe that matter arises from consciousness.
Yeah, so you're saying that that's like a fact, even though that hasn't been proven. But then when Venus says something that you are saying hasn't been proven, you go, well, that hasn't been proven. You don't believe in things that have been proven, Enzo.
I'm not saying that it's a fact, but she said that it's absurd for Max Planck to think that. And I'm saying that there's a whole thing of science called the philosophy of science, where people try to make sense of what the science means. Like,
you want a syllogism as to why consciousness can't come from before matter?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. If consciousness is a secondary characteristic of a brain, and a brain requires matter, the conclusion is you cannot have consciousness without matter.
I don't believe that consciousness is dependent on a brain.
So why did you agree that there's no conscious rocks or chairs then?
What is consciousness?
Did anyone order a pretzel?
Where does consciousness come from?
That's the whole idea of God. It's an eternal consciousness.
What is it like? He's just like an awakeness?
Yep.
An alertness?
Yep.
Without a brain? Like he can experience things without a brain?
That's what the Bible says.
How does that work?
Nobody knows.
I got to tell you, that's not been proven. Just so you're aware that it hasn't been proven yet.
Neither have any of your theories of evolution or the theory of.
You said you believed in evolution.
I do, but it's not been proven.
Okay. All right. And so I think we're good. Are there any other guests that we can move on to? Otherwise, we could probably wrap it up. But thanks for coming up, Enzo. I think we've gone full circle jerk back around to this point. You've been a delight to talk to, although not for Venus. I think Venus hated that. And I didn't like all of it either.
I don't know why he hated me. I didn't even do anything. I literally was laughing at you because you looked so befuddled.
Well, when you came up, you knew a bunch of stuff, and I don't think he liked that.
Oh, damn it. My bad. I assumed authority over a man. Damn it.
Stop knowing. Stop knowing.
But thank you. Who's this person? Stooljisker?
Yes, hi.
Stweedskirt?
It's just a random name.
Oh, okay. Wait, is this Bjorn?
What's that?
We're using this, Bjorn, we're using this account because Mezzo's got bananaed, so we had to jump on this one, and it's his live. He's doing his time, but it's just on my account, but we're going to just like be putting it in his folder.
It's just for a week. I'm going to like be back on my main thing. Like, don't worry about it.
Talk to a Muslim.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that usually gets your live shut down.
Mm-hmm.
There's still no response back. All right, so Stoltzberg, how old are you? What's your religion?
Well, I'm 22. I'm Muslim, but I'm not going to be disrespectful. I'm here for a conversation.
I don't know.
It's up to you, Joel. It's your account. I'm happy to.
I'll keep it as respectful as possible.
Well, it wasn't your side. Word that we're worried about. Can I do it? Is the question.
Hold on here. SpongeBob, are you a Christian? SpongeBob? All right. And I don't think the other guys in there's a friendly, I think by accident. All right. Well, let's see what happens.
All right. So Sturgeblob, the God that you believe in turns out to not be real. And I want to start off by apologizing. Because you probably spent the last 22 years, like believing in it and like living your life towards it. And so just apologies all around to you on that. And I hope if you need help deconstructing that you join our Discord or, you can talk with us right here if you're going through something.
Oh,
okay?
Yeah, so I'm going to disagree on that point, but I'm going to approach the prompt you have in a different perspective. So,
okay.
First of all, let's make things clear, just so I'm not mistaken. Whose God you're referring to? Is it Jesus you're referring to?
All of them.
Okay. Well, first of all, in Islam, we believe in Jesus as messenger. That's a separate topic.
Yeah, Allah is not real. That's what we're saying.
Yeah. Okay. So. Here's my
and I'm sorry about that, by the way. That's
your point of view.
It's my empathy. I'm reaching out to you.
Yeah, we're here to discuss. So let's take things into perspective. So I'm gonna ask you a question, and then I'd appreciate it if you answer back.
Okay, I'll do that. But can you maybe zhuzh it up a little bit because your tone? It's already kind of late, and you have a sleepy vibe, and I'm worried people are gonna fall asleep on the live.
Sure.
Just I'll
try my best.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's take for example your glasses. They're beautiful. You have them on, right? Now,
wait, is this? Did someone already do the glasses one?
I'll do. Okay. No,
didn't that happen earlier?
Yeah,
today? You're wearing glasses. So,
are you the same guy?
No, I'm
the glasses maker.
No, I'm different. Trust me. But yeah, I had glasses on, so I thought I'll use this as an example.
It already happened once. I'm all for it. Let's do it. Yeah, the glasses. Who made them? They were made in China. We found out in a factory, and we found the individual who made them and a video of them actually handcrafting the glasses. So what were you going to ask?
Okay, so we agree there was a designer behind the glasses, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So these glasses were made for a purpose, and that purpose is to probably fix
One, look fucking good. Two, look
fix
fucking
the
good.
deficiency or whatever it might be, right? So there's a purpose behind it. Now, if you connect this, I'm not going to connect this to human, because you said there was a discussion earlier that, oh, what's the purpose of human beings and so on.
No,
Let's
the
connect
guy,
this to the universe.
the Chinese people are humans. They made it, yeah.
Yes, but I'm talking about the designer and the purpose behind the thing that's being designed. Now, let's take, for example, the universe. Let's talk about the sun.
Why did we
It
talk
serves a
about my
purpose.
glasses?
Well, I'm trying to get to the point.
They look great.
There's a
You said
designer.
they're beautiful. That's why.
We can agree there's a designer.
Yeah,
which
so
we
like,
already established
can you
that.
do the same thing with like a rock? Like if you find a rock, can you find the designer?
Well, that's the point I'm getting to. Everything that is designed must have a purpose. Now, if we look at the sun,
Wait, hold on. That's not necessarily true. Someone could make a dumb thing that doesn't do anything.
well, there's a reason they created that. There's a purpose behind that. Maybe the purpose is, okay, I want to make something that's stupid. That's their purpose. Now, if you take a look, let's say, at the mountains, it's proven that the mountains, they prevent earthquakes.
They prevent earthquakes?
Yes, it's scientifically proven.
Is that true?
Yes.
And I've done this
Do
a million times. Mountains are caused by earthquakes. Yes, when you have a lot of mountains, it distributes the force of the earthquake, but it does not prevent earthquakes.
Wait, we have a bunch of mountains and we have earthquakes. So these are doing. Let's say it's true just for fun. So your implication here is your implication that God made mountains to help protect us from the earthquakes He also made?
I'm saying that everything that's been designed has a purpose. Now,
Did He design the mountains?
Absolutely.
Did He design the earthquakes?
Everything. Now, let me.
So he made earthquakes and then made mountains to stop the earthquakes?
If you let me convey my point, then maybe.
Let me ask some questions about your point, because I thought it was really silly, and I'd like to hone in on that.
Yes, please ask all the questions you want.
Sure. Okay. So the question is, did He make the earthquakes only so that the mountains could stop them, or did He make the mountains so that He could stop the earthquakes?
Well, the point I need to convey the entire point so you can understand.
Okay.
There's a point I'm going to reach to explain my point.
How much longer away is it?
It's going to be fast, but
okay,
I just need you not to interrupt me, please. So, if you look at the universe, there's the sun. The sun was designed and it has a purpose. Now, the purpose is it provides heat, gravitational pull for the earth, and so on, many different purposes. Now, everything.
So I disagree with that. I have to interrupt you. I think that's not true. It has a result, but not a purpose.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, I think the sun is going to do sun stuff, whether we're here or not, whether we're like in need of heat or not. It's just doing sun stuff, just like all the other stars are, right? Well, and then we are just like capitalizing on it, right? We're filling a niche.
Well, let's take it back to your point. Someone can create,
or as Joel would call it, we're filling a gap.
Someone can create something and not use it. Let's say someone created a vehicle, for example.
Yeah, let's do like. What about like one of Pluto's moon? So like Pluto's moon, Nix. What is its purpose?
Well, I'm not sure exactly. Like I haven't studied Pluto, but there must be.
So what's the point of it?
I'm not going to be ignorant and like answer without knowledge.
Did God make everything, like design everything for us?
Yes.
Okay. So there's this moon called Nix that isn't. It could not be there, and we'd be fine. It can be there, and we'd be fine. It's just not doing anything for us. So why did He make that? In our view, in the natural view, it makes sense. Things like come into existence naturally, and they're just happening, and then that's it. But in your view, God was like, and you know what it needs is a nix. We need to put a moon way out here past Pluto that for most of humanity, they just have no fucking clue about. And then later on, someone will find it, right? Like, is that what it's for? Just to someone to find it later, just giving us busy work to do, to like explore? That could be it.
I'm gonna actively listen to all the points you make, but please let me continue the point I was trying to make.
I know your point. It's designed. We know the design point. Someone already did the glasses and the whole thing. We get it.
Exactly. So everything.
Now what we're doing is we're saying, here's why your point's silly, and we're going to combat it a bit.
Okay. I have this question that
everything. Okay, just let me convey the point so we can
We know the point. The universe you think is designed because there's a purpose. Yeah.
Yeah. This is a question I have. Just so that we know that this universe is designed, where is the non-designed universe? What does that look like? Just so we can compare design versus not design.
Can you elaborate on non-design?
Well, you're saying that this universe is designed. You can tell this universe is designed. You looked at it, and you know probably because you've seen those universes that aren't designed, and you're like, those ones are completely different. Right? Like, how can we tell the difference between something designed and something not designed? Like, if I were to have a piece of natural marble that just exists somewhere, and then I were to see a marble statue, I would know that the marble statue was made by someone. They designed it.
You're comparing two things.
Yeah, this one's just a natural piece of marble that just was sitting there on the road. This is something that somebody actually worked on and made into something. I can tell the difference.
Joel, I'm going to push back on you a little bit here. I think I can imagine a universe that was a little bit sloppy, right? That had it wasn't in perfect order. It wasn't lined up. It seemed almost like galaxies were just kind of swirling about. It almost looked random a little bit when you look out at galaxies. Some are sideways, some are this way, and we see stars sometimes collide and shit's just floating around sort of randomly in space, and not fully there's gravity and stuff, but it's not with purpose or anything. It's just kind of swirling around, and I'd be like, well, that looks pretty sloppy, and I would say that might be a natural one.
I don't know, Venus will know this, but I feel like you just described our universe. I think this is the universe.
Distinction that needs to be made between reason and purpose, because something may be made for a reason but not always serve out its intended purpose. Let's just say I make a broken watch. I make it to tell me the time, but its purpose is no longer to tell the time, because it doesn't do that.
Sure, or you could fuck a cucumber.
Essentially,
it was designed to feed us, but we're using it for other better, maybe even results, right? Different reasons.
And I don't know why he's mentioning science in the Quran. We can get into science in the Quran if you want.
Did not mention
That's what got us stuck last time. That's what got us busted.
I don't think you'll like it.
No. You can't just shove words into my mouth. I wasn't referring to science from the Quran.
That's fine, but reality
That's her
works.
purpose, though. Her purpose is
I mentioned that at the beginning. My approach is totally different. I wasn't approaching from religion. I was just
let's not run from what Joel
science.
said,
Now,
what can we shove into your mouth? But that wasn't the original question. Was the thing about the design thing?
Yeah. So what's the other universe that you're comparing with that to know that this is design and the other one isn't?
The point I made was designer and purpose. Now, if everything has a designer,
that's a good answer.
Purpose, now we can agree that we are more complex than a pair of glasses, for example.
Is there a certain page of your script that you're on? Because if we could all just look at the script together that you're on, that way we could all follow along. That'd be easier.
I don't have a script.
Well, then why aren't you responding to what Joel said? We know your point. You think it's designed. We're trying to kind of move the conversation along, right, to the next part. Exactly. So Joel had a really good question. Did you want to comment on that?
Can you repeat the question? Is it the non-designed and design?
Yeah, where's the other universe that is undesigned that you're comparing with to know that this one's designed?
Well, I don't believe in another universe. I do believe in the
So isn't that's a little bit of a problem, right? Because it might just be the case that this is exactly what an undesigned universe would look like. And a designed universe would have like more order, right?
I got my brain twisted for a second.
The only reason why you know that Mezzo has designed glasses on is because you know what the difference is between something designed when it comes to glasses and something not designed, like a rock that sits on the road, right? We don't have that for universes.
There's no universe on the road.
Okay, but everything that comes into being must have had a creator, some sort of.
That's just you saying.
A source on that.
Like, if you were,
do you get that? That's kind of a funny joke, guys. To like,
how did you come
into
source? Let's ask this question.
Thank you so much.
Like, how did we come into existence? Who designed our eyes, lungs? Can you answer that?
Why do you keep saying design, low key? Like, you haven't proven anything was designed, so just don't answer like that.
Look, it seems to be naturally selected, right?
There must be a designer behind everything.
Sturgeon? It seems to be naturally selected, right? It seems like over billions of years, things like slowly change. Like that's what all the evidence is pointing to, right? And so, that's what I would think it would be, is what all the evidence is pointing to, is things slowly changing. And that's why we see like some similarities in the animal kingdom, right? Things like that. And so it's not designed, like it's not a designer, like it's not like a Louis Vuitton type of situation, but it's more like just like natural selection, right? So like things just kind of slowly changed over time. Again, that's just what all the evidence is pointing to. But are you saying it's something else? You don't believe in evolution or something?
Well, I'm still questioning the fact, like, okay, maybe you said it's natural selection, but the first human, how did he come to exist? There has to be something that created
from earlier species, yeah.
And what created those species? Like, we have to come to
earlier species,
point.
Yeah. Do you mean you want to find out? You want to go back to abiogenesis? Is that what you're trying to do?
Well, I'm not knowledgeable on that topic, but
well, if you were, then we wouldn't be in this little conundrum.
Can you inform me? I'd be happy to learn.
Yeah, sure. So the three major components that all life has in common are proteins, nucleic acids, and lipids. Now, lipids are these like weird little squirmy, spermy type of cell things, not cell things, but things that are naturally hydrophobic, which means they like repel away from water. And when you get a bunch of those together in water, they all repel at the same time away from each other, which forms them all pointing away from each other, which makes this like spherical type of shape naturally. And it forms into a cell. That's pretty much what all a cell is, right? And then the proteins are things that we see flying through space all the time, right? Like they're on, like every comet that we've looked at has proteins on it, right? And which one did I forget? The nucleic acids. I don't remember about those ones, but they form naturally too, and they're everywhere. And we see these all throughout the universe. We see them littered throughout our solar system, literally like floating around in space, just like crashing into things, right?
A deposit found in a meteorite.
Love that. Fucking love that. Was it found on one that was found on Earth, or are you talking about one that was like pulled off
on Earth? It hit the Earth, and then inside it was
Yeah. So, but when we go to like the comet 67P, also known as Churyumov-Gerasimenko, we find these things again. We go get a sample, we bring them back home, and we see, wow, here's these same ingredients. They're coasting throughout the cosmos, right? They're just like on a free ride. They're on Comet Bennu too, or Asteroid Bennu. Sorry, I'm an idiot. And so it's everywhere. Did you know that like this is a thing I learned sort of recently, is like when you look out at the Milky Way and you see, if you ever get to go to a dark sky spot, this is like really cool, but like you've seen pictures of the Milky Way, there's like light parts and then dark cloudy parts. I always thought that was just like not as many stars there. But the reason they're cloudy is that there's other stuff there. It's actually blotting out the stars that are behind it. And that thick, dark stuff is actually just like when we do spectroscopy on it, it's like clouds of these ingredients. It's just overflowing with these same ingredients, these chemicals that will eventually, be what all life is made up of here on Earth. So yeah, this stuff is all over the place. You get all these three things together on one planet, which they've been found on multiple, and you get the right temperature, a little bit of water. They mix together, life can happen, right? It's like a super, super plausible explanation. There's evidence, like I did the lowest, briefest explanation of it, right? But they have like deep cuts of evidence for all of these things, right? That RNA can form naturally, and that RNA can form into DNA. And once you have like Luca, like the last universal common ancestor, evolution takes over, and then we walk in, right? This is a really plausible explanation that makes a lot of sense, and bonus points for having zero miracles in the explanation, right?
Yes, that's a great explanation. Thank you. But can I make a point here?
Please.
Yes. So the entire thing that I talked about, design and purpose, you can relate that to everything. Like you mentioned the cell, it has a purpose. And then if you go deeper to the atom, it has a purpose, the neutrons, protons, and so on. Now, as a Muslim, I believe in one creator, and we believe that if you want me, you are asking for an explanation of how the universe came into being. So now we can base it on science.
Well, sorry, we were talking about life, how life came into being.
Life, like how did the universe come to exist, right? That you had
no,
with
so that's two different questions, yeah.
With Enso, or I don't remember the names.
Splooge, I think you have like a huge job ahead of you, and that is to prove that everything in existence has purpose. And Mezzo already touched on that when he was talking about the Plutonic moon. But like, if you, and it's fine to say like, I don't know what the purpose is, but I think everything has purpose. But then you're just saying, you're making a claim with no evidence, so we can just disregard it, right?
Well, here's the thing. I can connect science. We can discuss science, but then I can relate it to my religion and the book, which we believe in.
Science in the Quran?
Whoa.
No.
I really don't want to do that again.
Said we can talk about
we're
science,
on Joel's page. It makes me nervous.
We can also relate it to our book, which we believe is a book of science, not science.
Just hold on.
You're begging for it.
There's some real like sleight of hand going on here. Okay, so we have that the universe is designed, and we can tell it's designed because everything with purpose has a design, which means that everything in the universe has purpose under your view. You have to prove that in order to make that argument. If you can't prove that, that argument goes away. So then you go, well, how did things start? Well, Mezzo explained that with abiogenesis. And if that was your question, there is an explanation for that. So now we're moving again. I just want to recognize that we're kind of doing a pivot, still in the realm of science, into the miracles of the Quran. Is that what you want to do now?
Yeah, but I would like to explain one more thing that I learned a little while ago about evolution that I have never shared yet on this live. So before we pivot to how the Quran is incorrect, I just want to share this idea because this is like, it is hard, even for me, to grasp like how long evolution takes. Venus, this is probably something you have to do like at uni. Do you call it uni?
Yeah, university.
But did you say like at uni? Do you say that?
Yeah, I call it uni.
Classic. Like it's kind of hard to like think about how far back, generations go and stuff like that.
I'm currently doing a in-depth study of replication of DNA so I can tie it back to abiogenesis. It's taken me a month to research in depth the first step of replication, which has to do with how the codons are like, what is it, assembled, and then it has to do with the helicase unzipping it. I was like, okay, why does the DNA helicase unzip it? Oh, it's a motor protein. Okay, how do motor proteins get energy to unzip the DNA? Oh, okay, ATP synthesis. Where the hell does
know what you're
ATP
saying,
synthesis?
Venus. These words are
Sorry.
over our heads. We're
I'm losing my
kindergartners.
mind. It's just the
I
point is,
flunked
it's
out of
like,
kindergarten.
it's so complicated. It's
Your
so complicated.
explanation feels like it's taking a million years, and so I guess that is giving us kind of the sense that Mezzo is describing.
Here's the thing. Okay, so this is a really cool thing that I learned from Carl Sagan in one of his books I was reading. So if you wanted to like, you know Abbey Road, Venus, you know about Abbey Road. You learned about Abbey Road at uni, and fans of BBDs know that we actually recorded our first season of our podcast at Abbey Road,
across the street from
across the street.
Yeah.
It's but where they were walking on the cover, right? So imagine the Abbey Road album cover, how close they're walking, like back to back, right? And imagine that who's in front of that picture? I don't know, like George, but then John is like George's dad, and then Paul is John's dad, and Ringo is Paul's dad. So like each one is a generation, okay? And imagine it's yours. Like let's say. Let's use Joel. So Joel, you have like, you're walking that far and right behind you is your dad, and then his dad, and then his dad, and his dad, and his dad, right? And you walk like just into a room, like through a door, let's say. All right, we'll use Abbey Road. You're walking across the street, and this line of generations keeps going back until like we're this like quadruped monkey type of thing, not a monkey, but kind of similar to that, right? Like the last common ancestor with what is now a monkey, right? So how many like generations back do you know about? Like, do you know, like, did you hear about your like great grandfather, or how many greats?
No, I'm like, my grandpa, my great grandpa, that's it.
Okay, so like 5-ish max, maybe.
Yeah, like
so
barely anything.
Walking at a normal walking speed, it would take like 1.5 seconds to meet the last person in your genealogy that you've heard of, right?
Right.
So your great, and like they're just walking at normal speed. And if they kept walking at normal speed, and it was like each one was back and back and back, to get all the way back to that monkey would take like over a week of nonstop 24 hours, just people flowing through, which a week doesn't seem long, but when you realize that like each person is like 50 years, you know what I mean? Like just and like for a week to go back until you're really seeing something that is like super different. That's crazy, right? Like you think about like it's your entire everything you know is going to happen in a second, and then like it's going to take over a week to go back that far. It's like a weird thing to do the math of, and this is like just 1% of geological time that has like existed on Earth.
You know,
right?
it'd
So,
be
like,
better, like,
nothing.
because you just say a week, it's really underwhelming. What it should be is like every second between you and the first whatever you were saying, a common ancestor that's, do you say like not a monkey but monkey-ish or something? Primate.
Primates are 5 million years ago.
Like a quadruped primate.
You should say like if every second were represented by a grain of rice, that'd be enough rice to feed you for a billion years or something. Like that's how you should do it. Like big pile
Think
of
about
rice.
it this way. So in 1 second, we've seen everyone that you've ever heard of in your genealogy.
Because when you say it's a week, it doesn't feel like that long.
Think of it, it's 600,000 seconds.
Okay, that sounds better. 600,000 seconds
in a week
sounds
right?
good.
So 600,000 of everyone you've ever heard of in your entire family.
How heavy would like that amount of rice be? Because I think like if you compare it to rice, it seems longer. So just like use rice.
Well, if you like, we can use a long grain rice if that helps, like a jasmine.
Yeah, like but let's say you have a jasmine rice and you put it. Oh, it would fill a swimming pool. Well, then that gives us an idea, and that's before you add water. And once you add water, it just overflows because it expands so much.
With 600 1,000 pieces of rice.
Neil, that's it. Rice is so tiny, so it makes it seem so much longer. Because he just said a week.
I guess it depends on the swimming pool. Like, do you want like an Olympic size?
Yeah, I guess you don't really have a standard of which kind of, because it could be like a children's pool.
And I think that's going to make it seem small. Like we could do kiddie pools and be like, this is like 900 kiddie pools.
But that would make it seem, yes, that's smart.
Okay. Because then it seems like more.
You just want to make it seem like a bigger thing because it's just a week.
What if we use elephants? If you want it to be bigger, we could be like, that many elephants would fill 10,000 Olympic swimming pools.
You'd be like, okay, you know how big an elephant is? Well, you know how small a platypus is? Well, to get back to that other ancestor, it would take enough platypuses to go around the world circumference of the earth 1,000 times.
Oh, around the earth is good. So how many...
million elephant statues of rice.
Oh, Venus, you probably know this. How many platypuses, how many platypi would it take to fit around the earth?
Top of your head.
I thought you were in uni.
Maybe I should just burn my degree.
Don't be so disrespectful.
Drop out and burn my degree because I don't know how many platypuses it would
take a break from abiogenesis cells or whatever the fuck and find out how many platypuses it would take to go around the circumference of the
How
earth.
big are platypuses? I've never seen one. They're kind of gross though.
They're well, they're like the puss part's nice. It's the
they
flat
sweat
part.
milk and then they like, I don't know. It's gross.
I bet they're like 2 feet long.
2 feet. How much is 2 feet?
24 inches.
Oh, in metric?
Why you're measuring with
24 inches, yeah.
That's what the Egyptians did. They measured with body parts and you guys were like, great idea. Whose foot?
Oh, a platypus is like 4 or 5 dicks.
How many centimeters is that? Whose dick? That's so hard to answer.
Oh, let's use dicks on the... Okay, so instead we'll have them walking a little closer together. So they're no, it's going to be a little weird that everyone's.
But if you're going to do dicks, like do girth because there's less girth than length usually, and then
usually.
So then, unless it's square or whatever, but then what you can do is just like stack them along, and that's going to seem like a lot more dicks.
I think this is good stuff. Yeah. All right. Well, Stooge Call, thanks for coming up. I do appreciate you being here. Thanks for sharing your point of view. We're gonna get ready to shut the live down. Thanks for not getting us in trouble and being respectful. We can just drop him down now. That'd be fine. And you did great, though. That was really... Thanks for that demonstration with the dicks and the rice idea. That was great. And I think we did it. Is there anything else that we need to do?
I'm not seeing anything.
Pick me up, guys.
Venus, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Everybody follow Venus. Unless you don't follow me, then follow me and unfollow Venus.
And if you follow...
You got to pick one of us.
I really wanted to do the Quran, that scientific era, how it's like, we made pairs of everything. And it's like, the earth is flat. It's like, I really wanted to do that, but they probably would have been mad at me. I don't know. He wouldn't have lasted.
We don't want to make them mad.
I got to be real. I'm real on high alert with that right now. Let me see if I have anything to say in the Discord. Okay, space, mushrooms, spores. What are you guys talking about? Oh, here's some platypuses. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hey, if you guys aren't in our Bad Bible Debates Discord, jump on in there. Joel and I have a Discord. If you are a subscriber to me or him, then you can join in. Please don't be a Christian or a religious person. That's just because we like to keep it like a safe space in there for people who are deconstructing. We do it with an apostrophe at the end. But we have a lot of fun in there. The people in here are absolute goofballs like us. And the last comment is just a picture of this is like a long wiener.
Yeah, Christians wouldn't enjoy it.
You wouldn't like it. Yeah.
No.
All right.
All right.
It was Kaizak's wiener, by the way, that he posted there. Yeah, so thank you, Venus, for being here. We're going to end now.
All right.
Oh,
bye, Venus. Good to see you. COV, we're ending the live now, so...
yeah, I just realized.
Yeah, come back another time. Are you a Christian?
I will. I am, yeah.
Yeah, stop by another. I'll be live on Saturday. Mezzo will be live Friday night.
Well, I don't know. I'm in trouble now. I mean, we got to kind of figure it. Maybe what I'll probably do is I'll go live on the BBDs and just do music.
Yeah, get BBDs up for a bit.
Yeah.
Y'all have a good night, man.
All right, you too.
Good job. Wait, real quick, can you just say that I deconstructed? Oh,
no,
I was going to get him.
Done.
Joel, you've been catching up, man. Your tallies are just cruising, and I'm proud of you, buddy. You're look. If I had to measure it in platypi, I would say, like, if you stretched platypuses around the Earth, you could only have to go around like a tenth of a time before you got close to the difference between your score and my score, and that's pretty good.
That sounds good. I didn't understand it, so it sounds good. I think board agnostic is on. Is that what you said, Venus? So we should go raid board agnostic.
Go raid board. Everyone, thanks for coming. Here, I'll just, normally I end the live, but Joel, I got to just play a song for 1 second. It sounds like.
Yeah, and then like I end up like you drop me before I can drop.
Yeah, but I can't do that.
Yeah, and then I can't get you back because then the music ends and the show. I don't know how to do this.
I guess just like when you are bored, just end it.
Just end it. I'm so tempted to end it right now.
I thought you were going to.
I mean, it's kind of the perfect move, but then I was just like, that might be too mean to.
No, I can handle it.
You'd know it's a joke. All right, play some music. Do you. Get into the mesosphere. Just while you do, like, kind of before you do, so, like, do you want me to download this and then just, like, put it in the Google Drive?
I don't care. Whatever's, like, easier.
You'll want this. You probably want, like, do you want the video or you just want the audio?
I guess just audio is fine.
You're probably not going to clip anything out.
I don't, like, there wasn't any, like, super spectacular clips. There was some great stuff tonight, but it wasn't anything where I was like, I gotta get that one. So, yeah.
Right,
just,
right.
But,
So
like,
just, like,
also, like, don't worry about that one. Don't rush or anything.
I'll just download it and then I'll have it and then eventually get you the MP3 or whatever.
We should really talk about this offline.
Yeah, do the music. Hit the song and we'll just, like, do that. We won't worry about that. But just to remind you, do make sure that you make sure you go on the BBDs, and if everyone's not following BBDs.
I know I'm going to do it. I already said I was going to do it, but then I was going to do the song.
That's fine. Yeah, no, I'm just saying, because, like, it's Wednesday already. It's, like, Thursday tomorrow, and then it's Friday, and you want to do it by
end
Friday.
with a song, and, like, if you end with talking, then they're going to be like,
this isn't the ending. But I'm just, like, giving you that hot tip because, like, you...
Actually, let me help you out.
What do you... Okay.
A faithful man, you're programming yourself with that information.
Exactly. I'm not programming myself, y'all. I never really got that from a young age. Why women they be so surprised when they find out they boyfriend cheating and stuff like that. It's just a normal thing. It's just
but that is programming, love.
Everything is programming.
That is programming.
Everything that you encounter, especially if you encounter it on like a repeated basis, if it's a repetitive theme, that's a program.
Yeah, that's what programming is. Something that you practice repeatedly. The fact that you have never seen a faithful man, you've never been around one, you've never been in a relationship with one, that's the repetitive thing in your life. That's the programming. It would be different. It would be different if your thought process was, I know that there are faithful men out here and that's what I desire. However, I keep encountering men that are not. You don't speak that way. You speak as if you understand and you have accepted the fact that most men cheat. So that's the programming part. That's the part where your experiences have programmed you.
And I've got a thing that I kind of that I would tell my sons, because self-talk, to your point, Coach, actually becomes what you go out into the world and look for. And I always told them, I said, whatever you say, whatever you speak into your personal space becomes the orders that you place. And so again, a lot of the things that we tell ourselves, a lot of our self-talk becomes like just